never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looking at the clock, looks like we crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, so here comes a Monday. Yeah, we say that so enthusiastically. Everybody's favorite day of the week. I know, close out the weekend. But what a beautiful weekend. Much of the country enjoying a little early taste of fall for some, and in the coming days, going to be feeling, it's going to be wondering if we're turning the clock back to mid-July in parts of the Midwest and the Northeast. One last shot of summer coming on. All right, so hope you had a great weekend. We work our way into the 13th day of September. Yes, right on the heels of remembering September 11th, Saturday throughout the day, where once again they read the names of all those who perished on that day 20 years ago. They're in New York City, Washington, D.C., Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Kind of hard to imagine 20 years has come and gone. Seems just like yesterday. And everyone remembers exactly where they were on that day. It's an amazing thing, but meanwhile, after a couple of crisp fall-like days in the Midwest and the Northeast, high temperatures and humidity are going to climb to levels, like I said, more typical of mid-July. You're going to be wondering if it really is September. And will it be the last taste of summer? Forecasters predict several major cities are going to see highs soaring once again this week. More opportunities to hit the 90-degree mark. Cities from Chicago to New York City had been experiencing temperatures more typical of late September, late last week, and into early portions of the weekend. Some folks having to dust off the jackets and the flannels. Morning temperatures, lower 60s, even lower 50s in some areas. We saw afternoon highs only in the lower 70s. So after that brief taste of fall-like weather across portions of the Midwest and the Northeast, yes, a return to the heat and humidity is in the offing here, especially for Monday, Tuesday, for areas in the Midwest and the Great Lakes. Be more like Wednesday into Thursday along the eastern seaboard. We've got a northern shift in the jet stream pattern, allowing for temperatures to gradually increase. That'll send the jackets and the flannels back in the closet. The air conditioning will be firing up once again during the first part of September. All right, through the middle of this week, it looks like highs are going to trend upward. Widespread highs in the middle to upper 80s and a few 90s in some of the major cities in the Midwest and Mid-Atlantic. Heat indices will climb to near 90 in New York City by later this afternoon, Monday. For locations further south in the Mid-Atlantic, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, it's going to feel even warmer with highs reaching as high as the low to mid-90s. Heat indices approaching the 100-degree mark in central Virginia. There's a few different weather factors that are going to be at play, allowing for the July-like warmth to filter into the Midwest and the eastern portions of the country this week. First, that dome of heat over the western U.S. is being dislodged, shifting eastward through the plains of the Midwest. Meanwhile, an area of high pressure, or a Bermuda high as we know it, is going to expand along the east coast. That's going to spread a warm, humid south to southwest breeze across the eastern third of the country. So this upcoming pattern will allow locations to add to their number of 90-degree days in terms of actual temperatures. The peak of the heat for, say, Indianapolis, Detroit, St. Louis, Cincinnati, Louisville, will be today and Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday. The heat peaks midweek further to the east, New York City, Philadelphia, Boston, Pittsburgh, and D.C. Hottest conditions for you will be on Wednesday. Many of these areas, especially in the lower Ohio Valley and the Mid-Atlantic, have the potential to add a 90-degree day or two to the tally for the season. With this late season warm-up, there in Washington, D.C., you've already exceeded your average of 36 days at or above 90 degrees this summer. 46 days recorded thus far. So running way above average. It's been a hot summer in D.C. Same for Philadelphia, where you've experienced 37 days at or above 90. 27 days a year, the average would be there. New York City, you've tied your annual average, 17 days. However, Cincinnati lagging a little bit, 19 compared to a seasonal average of 20 days. So if we hit 90 today or Tuesday, we'll pretty much be right on par in Cincinnati. High temperatures at or above 90, short-lived in many cities, falling short of recording another heat wave, technically, where you'd need 3 days at or above 90. A little relief from the heat comes with some afternoon showers and thunderstorms possible each day this week because the humidity levels and afternoon temperatures soaring. A slight shift in the weather pattern coming later this week, though. We'll see a slight dip in the jet stream, forecast to pivot from the Midwest, and may put the brakes on the warming trend by late this week. But enjoy a few days of late summer-like weather. Meanwhile, for those that are going to be moving freight in the deep south, we've got another tropical system that developed over the weekend. We now have hurricane watches for parts of the Texas Gulf Coast issued this past evening. Tropical storm Nicholas is lurking in the southwestern Gulf of Mexico. Forecasters expect this storm is going to bring flooding downpours from northeastern Mexico all the way up along the Gulf Coast to maybe even New Orleans. The most significant flooding this time around is expected around the Houston area early this week. Right now, Nicholas about 170 miles southeast of La Pesca, Mexico. Now, the storm has maximum sustained winds at 40 miles per hour, so just a tropical storm, a minimal tropical storm, slowly moving to the north at a mere 2 miles per hour. Tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 105 miles from the center. So our hurricane watch covers areas from Port Aransas to Sargent, Texas. A tropical storm warning is in effect for the coast of Texas from the mouth of the Rio Grande River to Freeport, Texas. According to the Hurricane Center, tropical storm watch was issued for areas north of Freeport to High Island, Texas. Storm surge warnings are in place for parts of the Texas coast as well. Forecasters have been closely monitoring Nicholas. It was a tropical wave drifting through the western Caribbean late last week, crossed into the southern Gulf of Mexico over the weekend, organized into a tropical storm Sunday morning. So we're now into the 14th named storm for the Atlantic hurricane season, as Nicholas continues to move over the southwestern Gulf of Mexico, continuing to drift toward the north, remaining a tropical storm through the day today. There is a bit of wind shear that's kind of an inhibiting factor for Nicholas to strengthen into a hurricane. Meanwhile, Nicholas will continue to ride northward past Tampico, Mexico, as a tropical storm, bringing a flood and wind threat to coastal areas of Mexico. That wind shear is expected to ease a bit tomorrow, which may allow the system to continue to strengthen from a weak tropical storm to maybe a strong tropical storm. But because of the limited amount of time the system's going to spend over the warm Gulf of Mexico waters, unlikely for Nicholas to become too strong, not expected to reach hurricane strength at this point in time. Now, it's forecast to make landfall on the Texas coast between Corpus Christi and Galveston on Tuesday as a tropical storm, bringing impacts to the Gulf Coast long before landfall, though. Due to the system's slow, curved path, heavy rain's going to be the biggest threat. High winds are possible as well, so stormy weather is expected across the region. Houston, New Orleans, Lafayette, and Lake Charles, Louisiana have already seen some rain well ahead of the storm. The storm itself impacting southeastern Texas Monday night into Tuesday. Rain from Nicholas will mark the start of an extremely wet event, they tell us. New Orleans, which was greatly impacted by Ida, will see a couple of inches of rainfall. Houston now, you're expected to receive 8 to 12 inches of rain. And in the continuing heavier downpours, we could see some totals approaching 24 inches. Areas from Galveston to Port Arthur, Texas, forecast to get the heaviest rain. Although most of the areas hit hard by Ida will have more minor impacts. Some of the same locations that were impacted by Hurricane Laura and Delta last year are going to need to keep a sharp eye out on the forecast here. Both Laura and Delta made landfall, as you recall, in southwestern Louisiana, about 13 miles apart within 43 days of each other. Laura as a Category 4, August the 27th last year. Then Delta arrived as a Category 2 on October the 9th. Flooding could also occur where the rain has been plentiful lately, including Victoria, Texas, and Lake Charles, Louisiana. Now, they've picked up more than 20 inches of rain this past May, and that's like 4 times the average amount of rain for that region. Of course, Harvey's another famed storm that greatly impacted the area of Houston years ago. Harvey, August of 2017, as you'll recall, the devastating flooding. The highest recorded number was 61 inches of rain as it stalled out over the Houston area. That was a catastrophic flood. Now, while a Harvey level of rain is not expected, the impacts could be somewhat reminiscent due to the slow speed of this system. Double-digit rainfall amounts are expected, so we will be talking some significant flooding, especially on roads prone to taking on water. Residents and travelers within, say, 75 miles of the Texas coast and southwestern Louisiana need to be prepared for travel delays this week, along with the likelihood of heavy rain and localized flooding. Will be the rough surf and seas over the western part of the Gulf through the middle part of this week from Nicholas. And they are anticipating rip currents increasing over the next couple of days. Lastly, although Nicholas is not expected to be extremely windy like Laura or Delta was, we could be looking at winds 40 to 60 miles per hour, gusts from Corpus Christi to Victoria, Texas, maybe a 70-mile-per-hour wind on occasion. And with the saturated ground from previous downpours, that wind can topple trees, and we could be talking power lines much. So I think they're making a lot of progress there in Louisiana, since Ida at one point had well over 1 million people without power. So there you go, tropical system, it all came together pretty quick-like over the weekend. Here's a look at some of our travelers' weather around the country. Hey, were you even aware that we have officially kicked off National Truck Driver Appreciation Week? Yes, it all started this past day. The American Trucking Association and the entire trucking industry starting a week-long celebration of the 3.6 million professional drivers out there moving that freight every single day. ATA President and CEO Chris Spear said this week is a time to remind the public of the debt of gratitude owed to these unsung heroes. At a time when confidence in our national institution sits at a low, crisis of leadership have seemingly become the norm, I'm pressed to find a group of Americans more deserving of our appreciation and respect. So again, now through September the 18th, it's kind of an opportunity for the industry, an opportunity to formally recognize the efforts of professional drivers, state trucking associations, industry suppliers, law enforcement, and motor carriers of all sizes from coast to coast are set to host some varying appreciation events for the men and women who deliver 72+% of the country's total freight tonnage. Did you realize more than 80% of communities in this country rely exclusively on truck drivers to deliver all their goods and commodities? And the most remote populations, giving them access to everyday modern conveniences. So the request is, the trucking industry engage their communities this week's celebration of truck drivers, public officials, community leaders, members of the media, and local businesses can all benefit from a better understanding of the work that our truck drivers do, moving this economy every single day. ATA's official website offers a collection of resources to enhance driver appreciation events. Let's see, what do they have? The content provided enables industry professionals to engage their community in this important week. They're celebrating by hosting a raffle to thank professional truck drivers starting today, as a matter of fact, Monday, lasting through the week. Drivers will be randomly picked to win National Truck Driver Appreciation Week 2021 merchandise. Any professional driver can enter. Billboards thanking professional drivers are up across parts of the country in partnership with Trucking Moves America Forward, the ATA, and some of our state trucking associations out there. But let me be the first to say, thank you for what you do, moving that freight around the country. It's a tough job. Looking at 18 past the hour. We'll check in with some of our listening friends. Colton, on board this morning. Hey there, first out of the box. Good to have you with us. How's that new school year starting out? Yeah, getting settled in, back to the old grind, huh? Our number is 844-844-3388. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It was a big weekend for college football fans. A big weekend for professional football fans as well, as the NFL season officially is underway. But how about a few of those shakeups out there? Oh, did I hear that correctly? Ohio State Buckeyes going down to Oregon. That was a number 12 ranked team against a number 3, 35-28, the final score. Week 2 of the college football season saw number 14 USC, number 15 Texas, and number 21 Utah all go down against unranked teams. Of course, Oregon and Iowa posting statement wins in those ranked matchups on the road. And FCS Jacksonville State stunned Florida State as time expired. I think the biggest headline grabber there is, Oregon over Ohio State. A loss early in the season there for the Buckeyes. So where do they drop? You go from being ranked number 3 to where? Auburn, a decisive win over Alabama State, 62-0, the final score there. Florida over South Florida. We had Virginia Tech defeating Middle Tennessee. Notre Dame over Toledo. Georgia whooping up on UAB 56-7. Final score there. Georgia, of course, ranked at number 2. Texas A&M, number 5, over Colorado. Cincinnati beating Murray State. That was a final. Penn State over Ball State. Alabama over Mercer. Clemson, 49. South Carolina State, 3. And on down the line they go. But yeah, going to be some shaking up in those top 25 teams as far as the rankings are concerned. Yeah, week number 2 of the college football season. How about that? All right, who's checking in here? Good to have you with us. Hope you had a great weekend. Hello to Timothy. Good evening. Captain Ron, yes, we all know it's your favorite day of the week, Ron. Right. Hello to Richard, checking in from Central Florida. 79 degrees there tonight. Colton says, I've got a dentist appointment in the morning. That's why I'm up late. So I guess you don't have to go to school in the morning, huh? Hello to Gerald. Gerald says, Steve, I'm not going to get vaccinated. I don't care what Biden says. Yeah, that whole debate is raging big time. No doubt about it. Give you some more on that coming up. That's one of our topics of discussion, obviously, this morning. James says, morning, Steve. Looks like we got a bunch of rain heading our way. It's already cloudy, rainy in Kirbyville, Texas. Anyway, have a great show. We'll try. Hello to Tank. Morning, Steve. Happy Monday. Headed down to Memphis to get my wagon and head out to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Let me see. Is that Jolly Green? Or no, is that David checking in? Just hooked up to my Mission Foods taco shell load. Heading to Cookville, Crossville, and Knoxville, Tennessee. All right, get those taco shells out there. Hello to Crazy Ray. West Michigan checking in. We're at 64, ready for a fantastic show this morning. I hope I can deliver, Crazy Ray. We'll do our best, right? Yep, Marianne says, Monday again. Oh, boy. Yep, already. Have a good one. Zorro, he had the Monday blues. Did you hear about the crash on I-80? 2 guys arguing about a crash while on the roadway, both of them, and then getting hit and killed. I did not catch that. I'll have to pull that story up, Zorro. Wow. Yeah, it's not a good idea to argue out in the middle of the interstate, right? Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 70 this morning. It was a beautiful day here. I've enjoyed my time off immensely, but back to work on Tuesday. Be headed to South Carolina for Wednesday, then back to Georgia. Loading Thursday for California. Round trip load. I did have a good weekend watching some NFL with the missus. Very disappointed about the Buckeyes game Saturday. Anyway, have a great night. Everyone be careful out there. Hello. Raymond checking in. Morning, Steve and the drivers. Home headed back out on the road in the morning. Okay, have a great night. Yeah, a bunch of folks wishing you the best on your dental visit there, Colton. All right, at least the southerly winds from the Bermuda High will maybe begin to shift some of the smoke from the western fires away from the southeast. Good to have you with us there, Jim. Copy in the mail, Chevy Guy. Joe checking at the home 20, Milton, Florida this morning. Everybody have a safe week. All right, there you go. Hello to Billy. Looks like table scraps on the line. Dan says, extended weekend, listening from home. Everybody have a great night. And lastly, Buster Brown. Morning, Steve. K-Town. Have a blessed week. Last full week of summer. Actually going to be a warm week. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because fall officially arrives on the 22nd. So this is indeed the last full week of summer. All right, let's jump up and take a call before we get to our bottom of the hour news break here. Who we got on the line? I'm not seeing a name.
Richard.
Richard.
I'd like to comment about that pilot up there in Connecticut. I had to run a Sprinter van full of people, and they wanted a bathroom stop at the pilot, and it was a big royal mess. The bathrooms are backed up with users. The truck fuel island was 2 or 3 people deep, and they weren't getting fuel. They were using the facilities. And why does companies want to send their drivers to a place like that on this geo-fuel or fuel optimization? And it doesn't make, to me, to make an unhappy driver, to me, doesn't make economic sense because they're going to quit in the end. What would you think?
Well, what was it something weather related from the storm that had come through and the flooding a week or so ago from Ida?
No, what it was is everybody was required to fuel there. And it was the only place late at night for me to make a bathroom stop and they could go in and get a Subway. And the restaurant was extremely busy. Trucks were on the fuel island not fueling, but with a Sprinter van, at least I could get my fuel on the car diesel side, even though I had to pay more, but it was worth it to save the time.
Gotcha.
You know what? You know what a Sprinter van is, do you?
I do. Mm-hmm.
You know, they come 2 ways as a cargo van for the plumber or the expediter, or they come with a window van for the hotel to use or for transporting passengers.
Right. So anyway, so you give you're giving a 2 thumbs down to that particular location. Is that what I can understand?
Yes. Then another thing happened to my brother's truck. We went through the dealer buying air dryers. It's an integrated air dryer where the governor's on the air dryer. 3 bad governors in a row. The only other place I know had governor problem was Illinois. 3 governors going to jail in a row. You know, just to play on words.
Right.
And to me, if they put it on, they should change it at their expense, not charge you labor to change it when you go to another Kenworth dealer. But TA, if you put it on, and say in Connecticut, and it goes bad in Cleveland or Youngstown, they'll put the new one on free of charge in that warranty period.
Gotcha. Well, Richard, great to have you with us, checking in right out of the box here on a Monday morning. Have a safe night and happy Truck Driver Appreciation Week. There we go. News break time. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
North Korea says it has test-fired long-range cruise missiles over the weekend. North Korean state media claim they've tested the weapons and successfully hit a target over 900 miles away. The reports made no mention of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un witnessing the test. South Korean officials also have yet to comment on or verify reports of the launch. And the chief White House medical advisor says that he would support a requirement for all air passengers to be vaccinated. In an interview with the Skim This podcast, Dr. Anthony Fauci said he supported the mandate after Virginia Democratic Representative Don Beyer introduced legislation last week to require all Amtrak and airline employees to get vaccinated or test negative for COVID at least once a week. The bill, known as the Safe Travel Act, also advocates for all travelers on commercial airlines and Amtrak lines to be vaccinated or test negative within 3 days of traveling. This is USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you much, and welcome back here. So, according to the headline from our friends at OOIDA, Congress never fails to disappoint when you're a truck driver. Colin Long is OOIDA's Director of Government Affairs. He said even when they can easily deliver a major bipartisan victory that would address a growing safety issue that affects millions of Americans, they fail. Markup hearing for the Transportation and Infrastructure Budget Reconciliation Bill scheduled to take place Tuesday. And what they're talking about is the fact that right now the bill does not include any funding for truck parking. So we're going to jump down to Monty because he's going to give us an update. First of all, let me say welcome aboard, Monty. How the heck are you?
Hey, I'm doing well, Steve. Doing well. This reconciliation thing, we were hopeful to try to get, someone to sponsor, but and probably David Boast would have probably done that again. Could have offered an amendment, on the in this reconciliation package. But here's the thing: is that, and it's a sad state of affairs the way our politics works. DeFazio being the chairman, a Democrat, and Boast being a Republican, he's not going to want to give or be seen to giving a win to Republicans when, they don't have to.
Right.
So even though it's something that would be a really good thing, to try to alleviate some of these problems here with the parking, there was even kind of hopeful maybe we could have had maybe a Republican and a Democrat co-sponsor, together on it. But again, there's politics to where, nobody's going to try to challenge DeFazio and his party or, to try to be seen again to where they're giving the Republicans a victory, so to speak, even though there's nothing political about parking or about trucking. We're just here, doing a job. And so, but unfortunately, that's the way it's working today. And I'm not saying it still can't happen, but it right now we don't know of any. We've just got today, and they'll start the markup tomorrow. And the markup. We've had these dates before, and you may have seen over the weekend too. I seen a headline today that Manchin said there's no way that he's going to support a $3.5 trillion.
I did see that. Yes.
Reconciliation bill. Yeah. And so, he said he'd support $1 trillion, but he's not going to go 3.5. So, whether he sticks to his guns or whatever, that remains to be seen. It kind of seems like he's, coming out as the deadline draws near, being a little bit more resolved to not go with this overboard spending. And I've seen things on, this $3.5 trillion figure on Fox Business there, Maria Bartiromo talking about it's actually probably closer to $5 trillion.
Wow.
When you really, yeah. So it is something that we really don't need, Steve. It's not, it's basically a lot of Green New Deal stuff, but we were kind of hoping to get this parking thing attached. Here's the deal. If DeFazio wanted to give us parking, he could have put that in his base bill. So, and it's not in there. So that's it's just aggravating. It's frustrating. Again, to where all these guys are, just, split more or less down party lines. And I think that's pretty much the way this vote's going to go if they get it. If they actually get it, it remains to be seen right now to whether they're actually even going to get it, because there's Manchin and there's some other ones even in the House side that's not necessarily on board with spending this kind of money. So I think some of these folks are probably seeing the reelection chances may go totally out the window if they sign on to this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what is there? The Pelosi has a 4-seat majority, I think, in the House, and the Senate split with Kamala would be the tiebreaker. So I don't know that it's a done deal yet for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So great.
May or may not happen. If Manchin sticks to his guns, they cannot afford to lose a single vote there in the Senate. So that's pretty big.
No, they couldn't. And I don't know. I haven't heard much about Sinema. I know that when all this first come up here some time ago, that her and Manchin both were leaning against not supporting this reconciliation bill because it was, they're more of the moderate, middle of the road type Democrats or whatever than some of the hard lefties or whatever, like Schumer and stuff or whatever. So I don't know where she's going to be at yet either. So, but yeah, they can't afford to lose anybody on it. They'll never get it. So I wanted to say one other thing, if I could, if I have a minute.
Absolutely. Lay it on us.
On the, yeah, well, this, it's, the 9/11, we just had the 9/11 weekend and stuff, and I'm sure you guys probably talked about it a lot last week. I don't know, Steve, it's hard to be positive about anything. I don't know if anybody else is feeling the same way. I with the Afghanistan thing, and it's just like the 20 years we kind of held them at bay, and I know that President Trump was wanting to get us out, but I don't know that necessarily. I know for sure he wouldn't have got us out the way he got us out, but and because I kind of thought the idea was to have a coalition type government between the Taliban and it's all condition based, whether we actually got out or not, and they'd already broken a lot of those conditions even before Biden was inaugurated. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if Trump had got in, been able to stay in, I don't know that we'd ever got out. But I mean, we had step back and think about it. I think I seen General Jack Keane on Fox Business talking about we had 7 different CIA outposts over there. We were kind of keeping track on China, Iran. Afghanistan was situated, right in the middle of all that. It's just hard for me to fathom. I would think you kind of feel the same way. I mean, you kind of feel like that it was, I'm not saying these guys died for nothing because I don't want to say that, but it just seems really hard to accept what's happened. And I mean, with the loss of hardware, $85 billion worth of taxpayer paid for military equipment that these guys are all running around joyriding on over there now. It's just, it makes you sick. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yes. Very disheartening.
Oh. Yeah. So, at any rate, Steve, I know, better days are ahead, I guess, but it sure has been a tough weekend for me. I watched a lot of the coverage, and I just for real quick, I did get into a Netflix documentary on the war on terror, and there was a lady there with the FBI, and she talked about after the attack that we had so much information on these 19 hijackers. I mean, they were able to go back and completely retrace their steps as to where they, like when they started moving towards the airports and stuff, like leaving Florida, going up to like ATA and some of the other groups. They went up there and actually went into Maine, boarded the jet in Portland, Maine, and flew to Boston, and then boarded the one that they crashed into the tower. But I'm just sitting there watching this. I'm thinking, you guys had all this information on these guys, and there was never a red flag anywhere. I mean, I just, if you ever have a chance to go back and relive, to go back in history and change history, that would for sure be one day that I would just love to be able to go back and change. I know that's silly to say that, but
yeah.
It's something else. So at any rate, hey, listen, thanks for letting me on. And if I hear anything else, maybe tomorrow night I can get in there. But like I say, on this thing right now, it's pretty much up in the air whether they get it. The other thing, too, real quick on that, is that I think a lot of these people in Congress are feeling the heat over the Afghan debacle. So I think some of that's going to spill into this reconciliation package. I think that some of those, people are catching a lot of heat over that, Republicans and Democrats. So, any rate, but I'll keep you posted, Steve. Thanks.
All right. We'll look forward to an update. Thank you so much. Have a good morning, Monty. Let me see. Quick check from the email, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Morning, Steve. Happy back to new weekday. Let's see. I-57 northbound, Illinois, headed back to Ontario from Laredo. Nice quiet night on the roads, 70 degrees, calm here weather-wise. That's Terry from California. All right, thank you much for checking in there, Terry. when it comes to the $3.5 trillion bill that Monty was talking about there. Yeah, Joe Manchin, which, he says oftentimes he talks a big talk, and does he stick to his guns? Will he stick to his guns? He's calling for a pause on the $3.5 trillion spending bill, believing that the total amount is just too hard of a sell to the American people, and saying Chuck Schumer will not have my vote on that amount. He will not have my vote on $3.5 trillion, he said over the weekend. And Chuck knows this. We've talked about that. We have already put out $5.4 trillion and tried to help Americans in every way we possibly can. A lot of the help we put out there is still there. And it's going to run until clear of next year, 2022. What is the urgency, he says? What's the urgency we have? It's not the same urgency we had with the American Rescue Plan. We got that out the door quickly, about $2 trillion. On top of that, with the CARES package leading up to that. Yeah, there's still people that need help, but you have 11 million jobs right now that aren't filled. Something's just not matching up. Do you think we ought to maybe hit the pause button and find out? He said his biggest sticking point on adding another $3.5 trillion in spending is the unspent money we still have from the COVID relief packages over the past 18 months. There's $60 billion that's not even out the door yet, he says. Only thing I'm saying is, why the urgency to spend another $300 billion toward that when you don't have $60 billion that went out yet? Why are we not able to get into that to make sure the administration is able to disperse the money to get it where it actually needs to be? And of course, the midterm races have other Democrats concerned. As Monty just mentioned, you've got all these Democrats in the center who are quietly saying, I don't want to support $3.5 trillion. Because who wants to run on that, given this current climate? According to one strategist, he says, have you seen some of the recent polls coming out of the states? Regardless, the White House is undaunted and pushing forward. Yeah, look, Senator Manchin's a valued partner. We're going to continue to work with him, but we're also going to continue to push our agenda. Senior advisor to the president, Cedric Richmond. It's not abnormal for this to happen in the legislative process. We're still full steam ahead on trying to get this passed. There was one interview last week. Who was it? White House Chief of Staff, Ron Klain, who said, Manchin is very persuadable. If I had a nickel every time somebody told me this package has been dead, I'd be a very rich person, he says. It was dead back in May when there was initial opposition to it. It was dead in June, the day the president went to Europe. It was dead in July. Again, all I've heard is how this package would be dead, yet amazingly, it continues to move forward. Okay, we'll see where it goes. So they'll start the markup again on the infrastructure bill. That's the $1.2 trillion bill on Tuesday. With that, a quick timeout. We'll get back to your calls ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of bowling on 2 tracks. Tractors, trucks, minis, and semis will all be there, with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These pullers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmers Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to allstarpoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I just heard to mention the Enderley Pull-Off. It's next weekend. It's almost here. Yeah, this Friday and Saturday, the NTPA Enderley Memorial Pull-Off in Urbana, Ohio. Josh will be there on site with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. Meanwhile, same time, Friday and Saturday, Kyle heads down to the Sunshine State for the straight line racing guys. It's the next stop for the Outlaw Diesel Super Series Hardaway Performance Sunshine Showdown. Emerald Coast Dragway there in Florida. Kyle will be there. He will not have the vendor booth for this particular stop. But yeah, next stop on the Outlaw Diesel Super Series to the Gulf Coast in the beautiful panhandle of Florida. It's down to just 2 races left in the series. And the points race is tighter than ever. Right now, Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers are sitting in the number 1 spot in every class. With the fastest diesel drag trucks in the country heading to Florida, can Hot Shot Secret racers hold on to their top spots when the sand settles after this one? So stop by Emerald Coast Dragway, Holt, Florida. Catch all the action. Stay tuned to the Hot Shot Secret social media where you'll get some live updates from the track there. So again, Kyle heads to Florida, Josh heading to Urbana, Ohio. Going to be a big weekend next weekend. All right, back to the calls here, and not seeing a name on the line. Who we got? Hey, go ahead. Who we got on the line? Well, I can hear you breathing, but I can't hear you talking. All right, well, try us back up once again. Let me jump on down to Big Sexy. What's going on?
I was hoping it wasn't me that you was waiting to say something because I didn't hear the beat, but you was talking about college football. I can tell you where Ohio State fell to. I'm looking at the poll right now.
Where'd they go?
They fell to number 9.
Number 9? So they're still in the top 10. That's pretty wild.
Yeah. And how about my Hogs? They destroyed number 15 Texas.
So some pretty good games this weekend, right? Pretty exciting, huh? Yeah, I was kind of flipping back and forth. That Ohio State game, they were struggling from the get-go. I mean, and all of a sudden it was like 21-7 at one point. And I said, yeah, the Buckeyes are in trouble.
Yeah, Texas, after they lost to Arkansas, they fell plumb out of the top 25 with that 40-21 loss.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't that close. It was out of hand. It was 16-0 at half. So, I mean, what about the news that come out Friday about the 4 teams joining going to be the Big 12? Did you hear about that?
I knew that Cincinnati was one that was supposed to be talking about that. I didn't catch that. Who all was Cincinnati one of them that's going to join the Big 12?
Cincinnati's one of them. BYU, Houston, and UCF.
So
they'll all join the league.
Be interesting to get
Actually, the schedule joined the year before Texas and Oklahoma. Texas and Oklahoma are supposed to join the SEC by 2025.
Okay.
And all 4 of these are supposed to be in the Big 12 by 2024. So there may be 14 teams for 1 year. Because Texas and Oklahoma said they're going to honor their commitment to 2025. And they'll go to 2 divisions with 12 teams. So, yeah, Cincinnati's joining that conference.
I'm looking at the headline there from ESPN, yes, so be interested to get Big Ed's take on what's all this college football stuff since, well, good to hear from you, Big Sexy. Thanks for chiming in this morning. We close out our hour number 1 on a Monday here. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
North Korea says it has test-fired long-range cruise missiles over the weekend. North Korean state media claim they've tested the weapons and successfully hit a target over 900 miles away. The reports made no mention of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un witnessing the test. South Korean officials also have yet to comment on or verify reports of the launch. And the chief White House medical advisor says that he would support a requirement for all air passengers to be vaccinated. In an interview with the Skim This podcast, Dr. Anthony Fauci said he supported the mandate after Virginia Democratic Representative Don Beyer introduced legislation last week to require all Amtrak and airline employees to get vaccinated or test negative for COVID at least once a week. The bill, known as the Safe Travel Act, also advocates for all travelers on commercial airlines and Amtrak lines to be vaccinated or test negative within 3 days of traveling. This is USA Radio News.
The Giza Dream Sheets are the perfect companion to a MyPillow, the best thing you'll ever put on your bed. Call 1-800-951-8175. Ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special you get, by the way, by using my promo code USA. You can go online also to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. You can save up to 66% on anything in the MyPillow website. Check it out, MyPillow.com, promo code USA. Friends, Mike Lindell's MyPillow, my slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. MyPillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
2 prominent senators dueled Sunday over their support for a $3.5 trillion Democratic infrastructure spending package. Jeremy Scott has more.
Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia says he will not vote for the $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation bill that contains a number of climate, social welfare, and other incentives, arguing the price tag is far too high.
He will not have my vote on 3.5, and Chuck knows that, and we've talked about this. We've already put out $5.4 trillion. And we've tried to help Americans in every way we possibly can. And a lot of the help that we put out there is still there, and it's going to run clear until next year.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders did not like what he heard on CNN's State of the Union.
But it's absolutely not acceptable to me. I don't think it's acceptable to the president, to the American people, or to the overwhelming majority of the people in the Democratic caucus.
The Senate hopes to pass the package this week so the House can do so by the September 27th deadline given by House Speaker Pelosi. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And this is USA Radio News.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association annual convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
President Biden announced last week a new set of COVID-19 measures that would require all federal employees and contractors to be vaccinated against the virus, as well as workers at healthcare facilities receiving federal funding. He also said that the Department of Labor is drafting rules that would require all businesses that have more than 100 employees to mandate that they receive the vaccine. Several Republican governors immediately pushed back against the announcement, with some promising a legal fight. Nebraska Governor Pete Ricketts is one of those governors speaking out. He tells Fox News that while he's advocated for people to get the vaccine, it shouldn't be forced on them by the government.
First of all, we have been encouraging people to get vaccinated. We've been providing information and encouraging people to reach out to their neighbors because vaccines work and they will help people. But it should be a personal health care choice. This is not something that the government should mandate, and somebody shouldn't have to make the choice between keeping their job and getting a jab in the arm. I mean, it's just wrong. I've talked to people, a number of people who have told me if they make me take the vaccine, I'm just going to be fired. I'm not going to do it.
And the latest college football top 25 is out. Jeremy Scott has the details.
Oregon and Iowa cracking the top 5. The Ducks, with their upset of Ohio State, jump from number 12 to number 4. And an impressive defensive performance by Iowa over Iowa State pushed the Hawkeyes to the number 5 position. The top 3 spots remain Alabama, followed by Georgia and Oklahoma. In their defeats, Ohio State dropped to number 9 and Iowa State fell to number 14.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, welcome back. Hour number 2 underway here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. You had our beautiful weather. Forecasters nailed it. Sunshine, abundant. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Of course, spent our Friday and Saturday evenings both at the Vinoclet Art and Wine Festival. Good time, good entertainment. I think it was a gangbuster year. Saturday night, place was, it was packed. Full house, as they say. So, after struggling the last couple of years, had, of course, COVID last year that, like everything, shut things down. The prior year, a lot of investment in preparing for the weekend. It's tens and tens of thousands of dollars that go into preparing and getting ready to put on an event like that. That if you have a Mother Nature dogs you with rain, that's what he had 2 years ago. So I think Cresso should be pleased with how things worked out this year. Yeah, Donut Man he made his way down. Got to say hi to the Donut Man over the weekend. He brought the wife down to enjoy the entertainment there Friday night. So good to see you there, Donut Man. Some of our other listening friends who all's checking in. Hello to Heatwave. Morning. Headed to Portland from the Mile High. Yeah, we've seen some scattered showers in Wyoming so far. Patrick, I guess he's responding to Richard's call earlier. He said that pilot location's been like that for years. It is one of the worst. Okay, so for whatever reason, some locations are better kept than others, right? Hello to Michael this morning, who says I'm doing fair. Been sick with COVID for 2 weeks. A lot of throwing up. Good thing is I don't have breathing problems. Just need lots of prayers to get well. All right. Michael, hope you feel better soon. So 2 weeks, feeling like crap, huh? All right. Jolly Green Giant on board. Morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. You should be checking in here in a bit. Chris, the night shift nurse, checking in. Had a nice night off. I know you were working all those, right? Yeah. Back on for 3 shifts in a row. And I think they're doing those 12-hour shifts, right? Yeah, long nights. Stay safe, truck drivers. Thanks for all you do. Hello to Dean, checking in. Replying to Mike, you said, hope you feel better soon. Yes, no doubt about it. All right, and what else we got here? We got an update from the Energy Information Administration late last week on the heels of Ida that disrupted a lot of the offshore drilling and some of the refineries along the Gulf Coast. Following the lost production and the damage from Ida, they stated with the press release, producers were forced to close more than 90% of natural gas and crude production capacity. A significant production and refining capacity remain offline. However, crude oil is expected to remain largely steady, with an average of $71 per barrel in the fourth quarter of this year, which was the same average price for August. That price was down $4 per barrel from July, but is $26 per barrel higher than it was August of last year. Now, after a drop in production to 1.5 million barrels per day in August, they anticipate an average 1.7 million barrels per day for the fourth quarter of this year. This is their short-term energy outlook. Growth in onshore tight oil production and increased rig additions will offset production decline rates, they tell us. Production and refining activities expected to gradually be brought back online through the month of September here. So as a result, they're forecasting an average of $66 per barrel for 2022. So prices should come down a bit based on that forecast. All right, our number is 844-844-3388. What's happening with the Knuckle Buster? How was your weekend?
It was an awesome weekend. I had a real busy time there, just steady working there. Just wasn't driving no truck, but I was moving one daughter, moving my mama, and that's just the way it goes there, right?
Okay.
How was your weekend?
I had a great weekend. Enjoyed the entertainment. Beautiful weekend there at the winery.
Oh, they have a wet T-shirt contest there?
That they did not have.
I'm still working on that for you there. First off, I want to thank the Cincinnati Reds for letting them Cardinals win 2 out of 3 this weekend there. You know, them Cardinals been playing like a vacuum cleaner, man. They suck. Well, the Mud Ducks over Ohio State, I wouldn't worry about that too much, you know, because it's better to lose one at the start of the season than it is at the end of the season. If you lose at the end of the season, you don't have enough games to come back. So Ohio State be back up there. They just give them a little time. As long as they don't lose another one, they'll be all right there. But I did hear that Ohio State fans broke out in the USA camp there before that Oregon game. So that was a pretty good thing there. But they must have, I don't know, Steve, you reckon they was partying too much Friday night or was they mourning the loss of that giraffe down there at Louisiana Zoo named after Cincinnati Bengals and former Ohio State quarterback Joe Burrow? That's a possibility there, you know, partying too much there, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, now, Arkansas and Texas, well, that used to be an old Southwest Conference rivalry there. And I done nothing but just made them hogs there real glad to beat Texas there again there. So all I can tell Texas is welcome to the SEC. They may, 2025 is the target date, but if they pay that contract off, they could come on over next year. Just depends. The SEC commissioner, he said he's real flexible. He don't care when they come over as long as they come on over here, right?
Right.
Well, I want to congratulate Joe Burrow and them Cincinnati Bengals over them Minnesota Vikings. They whooped them 27-24.
I don't think that's a whooping. That wasn't a whooping, Knucklebuster. They tried like hell to give it up, didn't they? I mean, they had to go into overtime to get the win.
Well, that's the way it is sometimes. You know, any given Saturday, any given Sunday, you can win or lose there. The Browns lost to the Chiefs. I didn't get to watch any of the games there, but I just checked the scores out there. I know Aaron Rodgers, I guarantee you, he keeps playing the way he did, and they will trade his butt there. That's what he wanted at the start of the season, but they wouldn't do it for him, man. Saints beat him 38-3. Man, that's just a plain whooping there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Monday Night Football starts tomorrow. We got the Baltimore Browns. Oh, excuse me, I meant they call themselves the Ravens now, against the Raiders there. So it might be a sleeper of a game. I don't know. I might not even listen to that game there. Well, how much money you got laying around, Steve?
Not a whole hell of a lot. What do I need?
Well, it's your chance to own a most unusual Oscar-winning car collection ever. 13 of the wild post-apocalyptic vehicles, I guess I pronounced that name right there, featured in the 2016 film Mad Max Fury Road, are now available to purchase through Lloyd's Auctioneers and this down in Australia there. I guess, what's that guy's name that calls in from Australia?
Sylvester.
Yeah. He might want to buy one of them there. You know, it's got Max Rostowski's iconic Inceptor and the War Rig, and but you tell Chris Jabrelchik there that he needs to buy us one there, Steve. That'd work. We'll just let Chris buy it for us and give it to us. That'd work, right?
Memory serves.
You reckon he'd fall for that?
The vehicles in those Mad Max movies were not very attractive vehicles. They were pretty scary.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, that'd be pretty neat to own one, though, right?
I reckon, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Well, still, we'd have to get Chris to buy us one. That's the only way we're going to ever own one there, right? But anyway, that's all my old baloney for right now. I'll call back a little later on since it's a Monday morning. You know it's always slow on Monday morning.
It's always a quiet morning, yeah, and that's where we are right now with wide open lines. It is 844-844-3388, so jump on in here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, once again, wide open lines here on a Back to Work Monday, 13th day of September. And it's 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? A couple of industry headlines here as we get the new week started. Drivers planning on using US 60 in Arizona may want to make new plans due to a major road closure that started over the weekend. This past evening, as a matter of fact, US 60 between Superior and Miami fully closed as crews work to realign the highway to meet with the new Pinto Creek Bridge, part of a 2-year project to replace the 72-year-old bridge. So that closure started at 10 o'clock this past evening. It will end at noon next Friday, September the 17th. According to the Arizona Department of Transportation, drivers should plan for an extra hour of travel and a 10% grade as traffic is detoured onto state routes 77 and 177 through Winkleman. DOT said eastbound traffic in Superior will be directed onto State Route 177, westbound traffic redirected at the west end of Miami. Drivers with a destination within the closed portion of US 60 will be allowed to pass through closure points, but no vehicles will be allowed between Top of the World and Pinto Valley Mine Road, according to the breakdown there, again, from CDL Life. Now, here we find ourselves, are we like 18 months now into this whole COVID pandemic? Especially early on when drivers were having a very difficult time finding a good meal out there because so many restaurants had closed. I guess things are a little better, but believe it or not, according to the poll, 79% of truck drivers say they're still experiencing some issues getting food while out there on the road. Poll conducted by the CDL Life and the CDL Life app asked drivers to share their experience getting food at truck stops recently, and 465 responses from drivers across the country. Of those responses, a whopping 79% responding yes to that question. Are you having a hard time getting dinner? Because truck stop restaurants are short-staffed in many cases, and some are closing early. 26% of all TA restaurant locations that are no longer serving the truck drivers. Now, according to the website, Travel Centers of America, they said of the 155 locations listed, 41 are actually still officially closed because of COVID. Now, those stats do not account for TA restaurant locations that are beginning to close early due to staffing issues, which is another issue with many of the fast food joints around the country. Most of the truck stops have either closed their restaurants or shortened their operating hours. It's hard to get a sit-down meal anymore, said one truck driver in the response to the survey. Another said, most big chain truck stops have closed their restaurants. I can still find some restaurants open in smaller areas. Another said, I work hard. Truck stops are my home. I can't even get a decent meal most days, said another driver. So after all this time, still having issues out there, and I didn't realize there were that many restaurants that are still literally shut down because of the COVID. All right, there was a driver that caught, a bystander, I should say, that caught video, jaw-dropping video, as they describe it, of a semi-truck bullying his way through passenger vehicles in Mexico. The event occurred this past Friday. Local news outlets said that there was a fight that broke out after the truck struck a taxi. Following some sort of altercation, the truck driver got back in his truck and attempted to leave the scene, but leaving the scene meant ramming through, just plowing through vehicles. People on foot trying to stop the truck. It is pretty crazy video. You see one taxi that's wedged up between the semi and another parked car. The driver trying furiously to maneuver away, but he was stuck. Several vehicles damaged, and when all was said and done, multiple injuries were indeed reported there. All right, final under the industry headlines. Federal judge has ruled that a Minneapolis-based trucking company was in violation of federal law when they used a physical strength test to screen truck drivers. Going back last week, that would have been like last Wednesday, the U.S. Equal Opportunity Commission announced that Stan Koch & Sons Trucking violated workplace discrimination laws when they used a physical strength test as a hiring screen. They said the practice violates Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and discriminates against women because of their sex. Specifically alleging that Koch's use of a strength test developed by Davenport, Iowa-based Cost Reduction Technologies disproportionately screened out women who are qualified for truck driver positions at that company. The judge sided with the EEOC in the claim that this strength test unfairly screened out women who had been given conditional offers of hire by the company to work as truck drivers, who were even already employed by the company and required to take the test to return to work following an injury. The court found that Koch failed to show that the test was job-related or necessary to the business. Okay, I guess doesn't that fall right along the category of, they always say men, generally speaking, are stronger than women. Maybe that's why that transgender boxer won over the weekend, making headlines. I saw it this past day. So, in other words, it was a dude fighting a chick, right? Transgender wins. All right, we're looking at 28 past the hour. Clean lines at 844-844-3388. Wildfire near Castaic Saturday there in California led to the closure of a major freeway in Southern California, according to officials. The fire, known as the Route Fire, reached a little more than a half a square mile, forcing the shutdown of a section of Interstate 5, according to KTLA. That fire was threatening structures, according to the fire department, uncontained as of latest report. Elsewhere in California, remember talking Friday morning about the possibility of some rain in some areas, but dry lightning possible in others. Indeed, they saw a lot of that. Thunderstorms that dropped light rain did give some breathing room for the crews struggling to quench the state's massive wildfires, lightning sparking several new blazes in the northern portions of the state. Storms that rolled through Friday morning were followed by weekend forecasts of clear weather and a warming trend in those fire areas on into this week. National Weather Service said more than 1,100 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes occurred in California Thursday into Friday. And fire officials said lightning strikes ignited at least 17 fires. So they had to pull some firefighters from the Caldor fire south of Lake Tahoe to fight multiple overnight lightning fires through El Dorado County. 3 new fires reported in Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks in what they describe as steep, dense forest areas of the Sierra Nevada there. There was some good news, though. Up to a half an inch of rain fell on portions of the Dixie Fire, which has been burning since mid-July, burning through huge swaths of the northern Sierra Nevada and southern Cascades. Second largest fire in California history, which has now burned 1,490 square miles, if you could imagine that. So things did get doused a bit. They say the rain will cool down the fire for a couple of days, during which the firefighters are hoping to strengthen and expand the fire lines to maybe finally surround that blaze. But yeah, much needed rain, half an inch, that'll do a little bit to help out there with the wildfires. All right, we'll get our news break in here. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388. A quiet Monday. Typical. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden and UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson will meet during the UN General Assembly later this month. The Times UK reporting that the pair will meet for talks during the General Assembly, which starts in New York on September 21st. Biden and Johnson last spoke in person during the Group of 7 summit in June in England. 4 people are injured and at least 2 more are unaccounted for after an explosion at an apartment complex in suburban Atlanta. At least 15 of the 20 units in the 3-story building in Dunwoody, Georgia, were damaged by the Sunday explosion. Police say the cause of the blast is still under investigation, though a manager at the complex reported an odor of gas to Atlanta Gas before the explosion. And the CDC released its latest set of COVID vaccine data showing that nearly 74% of all Americans 12 and older have received at least 1 dose. That's about 209.2 million people. In 13 states, at least 80% of the population have received at least one shot. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, who else we got checking in here? Checking in on Facebook and YouTube, but not on the phone lines. Dial us up at 844-844-3388. Just me and you. Let me see here. So, Dustin, or DJ, as he calls himself, DJ checking in from the newsroom in Indiana there. Hope all's well. Billy says, morning, Steve, and the overnight drive, midnight to 5. All the outcasts out there heading from Garysburg, North Carolina, down to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, delivering to Lowe's Home Improvement Store there. Have a safe journey there, Billy. Jeff chiming in about talk about the restaurants, still having a difficult time getting a meal out there. He said restaurants, hell, I'll take a grocery store being open after 10 o'clock in the evening. I was towing late last night. There wasn't even a Casey's open. Every last restaurant I pick up for, this is from James. He drives for Uber Eats. He said, every restaurant I pick up for is severely understaffed right now. Hello to neighbor Dave checking in, getting ready to head out to Chicago. I know that's your favorite journey, isn't it? All right. Now, I got an email. I saw that Deranger had made a post there about 20 minutes ago. R.I.P. Possum Breath. I said, what happened? So I pull up my email, and sure enough, sad news to report. Mary sent me the email, just wanted to let everybody know Daddy passed away peacefully Sunday evening at home. And that's Possum Breath. He complained of chest pains a little before 10:30. I immediately called 911. He sat down in his chair, and he was gone before paramedics even arrived. Just got off the phone with Big Moose. He was devastated, as we all are. I will update you with service information as soon as possible. He loved your show, and he absolutely adored your father. Thank you for all the drivers, for all their kindness, their friendship, their wonderful memories over the years. We just arrived back home in Hamilton. I'll make sure I pass the information for everyone as soon as I can. Thank you for your kindness. Signed, Mary. So, I guess, heart attack, just like that, boom. So, R.I.P. to Possum Breath. Possum Breath had gone through a difficult time. Yeah, Big Moose. Yeah, well, what more can you pile on? I think I said that Friday morning. Yeah, buried his wife several weeks ago, buried his brother this past weekend. Now, he'll be saying farewell to one of his best friends in life. So, again, prayers for all. And, thank you for the update there, Mary. I appreciate that. All right, let's get back to the calls here. It's 844-844-3388. I knew you were out there somewhere. Thanks for dialing us up, Chevy guy.
Oh, where else would I be? Moose. Oh, Lord. I imagine this is everywhere, but the old mountains, West Virginia mountain saying is everything happens in threes. So maybe good Lord to give Moose a break here.
Yeah.
And but what a gift he did. Moose was there for him when he was, he's basically, parting out his life or figuring out his life after his wife.
Mm-hmm.
They found that old registration for that 37 old model car there, Auburn, I believe. And Moose said, well, let's go look this thing up. Sure enough, they located it. I thought, this is something that when he come out of, Possum come out of the Korean War, he, I guess he got it. And he picked up his sweetie on the first date in that thing. And Moose made it possible for him to, keep something that he was able, to, keep something that he had between him and his wife. Something that you can touch, you can feel. So, what a gift Moose, now Moose didn't give that to him, but Moose was able to line it up and get it moving. And, but that's a friend. I mean, it ain't like Moose got a whole lot of time on his hands for everything under the sun, but he was there. That's what, I've had somebody call me and ask, is Moose for real? I said, no. Ain't nobody on this planet got that much talent. The ability to be there for people in different ways. I mean, his business sense. I mean, $750 investment turning it into a successful career. Music, amazing music talent, and just a great personality. He's people just like to be around him because he has that special gift. I do believe in that God put a calling on the man's life. That's between him and God. But what a tragedy, Moose. I just pray that if you're listening, you don't deserve this. Especially, I believe today is the funeral of his brother. So it's a boom, boom, boom. So now, other than that, I just wanted to say, Tim Scott down here. I don't even want to talk politics. Tim Scott's wanting support. Well, guess what? I posted on that site on Facebook. I said, Tim, you mean the Democrats ain't going to support you? I said, every time I see you posting something, it's with Elijah Cummings and with different Democrats, including the South Carolina Democrats. I mean, every time you turn around, attacking the police over that police reform. Huge. Never ever a word coming out to the fact that the people need to be taught to comply, don't die. The cops are doing their job, and when you fight the cops on the side of the road, they're forced to be more aggressive to get control of the scene. Nobody is. When them blue lights come on, they're responsible for you, your vehicle. They're responsible for that scene. Any passing vehicles, they're responsible. And it will be held to account if anything goes wrong. So, yes, they have. You just comply. Don't die. How hard is that to go? And other than that, you were saying about restaurants. I'm thinking that might be a problem. I was visiting my son over here in Charleston, and he ordered breakfast the other day, and when he orders breakfast, it don't come until lunch. They're giving him a pill to try to get his appetite up. I guess when you've gone through burn, your body, you just don't have appetite. You don't want it. Your body rejects food. So they give him a pill to make him hungry. And so he does a 7 o'clock, orders breakfast, and it don't come in until noon. The doctor was there when they had talked, and Apparently they're having issues in the kitchen, i.e., most likely lack of employees wanting to work. You know, so it's everywhere. You know, I found myself giving my own son a sponge bath, a rag bath, if you want to call it. The doctor says, yeah, you can take a shower. Matter of fact, for burn patients, after a certain amount of time, you know, all you have to do is cover the main wound, and then you can go in there and get a shower, because soap and water is the best treatment for his minor burns. As soon as doctor leaves, the nurses all can't do that. Well, they did come in yesterday and said it's a new thing in the burn unit. The hospital policy is this way, and it's common sense is that way. And I guess they're going to try to advocate for it. But it's amazing the lack of staff and lack. I think, you know, it just there's people out there just don't want to go to work, and it's putting the people that do have to work or do want to work, putting a lot on them. So we're just praying that in this country they'll quit this paying people not to work, and put the desire, you know, not to get. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to go through life without going to work. I mean, I set up my Sunday so I could get up, have rest, and get in this truck. I take pride in the fact that, you know, I mean, if the mill owner goes to his cameras and surveillance, guess what? He sees my truck coming in just about the same time every morning, you know, and it just, you got to do it. You got to be there. I'm not rich. And the only thing I've got is my reputation for my work. And just, I don't know what these people do or plan on, because you know what? When they hit 55, they're going to have to start getting a record of what their work record is like. They're going to know, they're going to see exactly how much they made from the day they started. When I was 14, they sent me a record of what I was making. So these people that want to lay up in mom's basement, not, you know, I don't know what they do, you know. Maybe one day they're going to find out, you know, hey, well, you didn't work, so why are you entitled to Social Security? I don't know. Well, that's my rant, and I just this thing with Moose sort of set me back, and I really appreciate Moose. I appreciate all he did for people. Just like Saturday morning, I mean, because you're not on there, we're all having to, you know, bang heads with each other to stay awake, and really appreciate Steve Sommers' overnight drive and keeping us going. And I'm just set back for words on this thing. It just was a shock.
Yeah.
Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. One thing, how is your voice? How are you doing?
I 95, 90%, something like that. So still a little bit of nasal, like still, you know, the congestion, especially when I first get up, you know, after sleeping and whatnot. But
okay, well, yeah, I'm just that crud seems to come around every fall or early spring. So I'm trying to do what I can. Like I said, I got that pneumonia shot to protect my lungs, and trying to be smart about stuff. You know, when temperature starts getting cooler, we quit drinking water, and dehydration seems to be a big issue when you get sick. So try to stay hydrated even when the cooler weather comes.
Yeah,
and,
right.
No, that is not Budweiser. You know what I'm saying? It's actually water.
Miller Lite is, isn't that about 80% water?
I'm worried about the people I hang around sometimes. All right, buddy, we're going to...
All right, Chevy guy, thank you much. Yeah. Come on, it's 80% water. It's 9 before the hour. And we've got open lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Of course, in this country, late last week, we heard from the president, and we got the breakdown. More mandates. More people being pushed to take the jab. On the other side of the pond, the UK is kind of going the other direction. The health secretary revealing this weekend that vaccine passports will not be introduced as a measure to fight the virus as we head into the winter months there. He said, I'm pleased to say we will not be going ahead with plans for vaccine passports. He said it was right for the government to look into it, but we'll keep it in reserves rather than implementing. He said he instinctively does not like the idea of people having to show passports to do basic things. Just several days earlier, he refused to rule out passports for bars, clubs, restaurants. But he denied there would be a firebreak lockdown in the month of October. Then Friday, the Culture Secretary announcing that they'd be further extending the use of the COVID ID beyond just nightclubs and big indoor venues. So the headline now is you have no vaccine passport, no more lockdowns. Because they spent a lot more time in lockdown than we have here. Now, with the announcement from Biden here last week, there was a bit of confusion, I guess you could say. Friday morning, we had touched on all these federal workers being told that they're going to be required to get the vaccine. Someone said, well, not the postal workers. Looks like they indeed will be part of this. U.S. postal workers are not covered under Biden's federal vaccine mandate, but they do fall under the Labor Department rule, requiring them to vaccinate or be tested weekly. All right, the United States Postal Service is a quasi-independent agency, more than 640,000 employees. Initially, there was some confusion over whether the Postal Service would fall under the mandate announced last Thursday. Washington Post reporter tweeted, "White House official tells me USPS workers not included in Biden's vaccine requirement." That's a massive chunk of the federal workforce, 644,000 and growing. He later tweeted, "This just in. White House officials say U.S. Postal Service workers are part of the vaccine mandate under OSHA jurisdiction, though technically not under the executive order," he clarified. Then later that evening, another reporter tweeting, "Postal Service workers are not subjected to federal mandate, but they fall under the Labor Department rule that's aimed at businesses with more than 100 employees." All right, so in case you missed it late last week, the announcement was this new mandate was a vaccine mandate for federal workers with very limited medical or religious exemptions. Also, federal contractors will be forced to vaccinate their workforces. There's a whole lot of those out there. Now, the federal workers, that mandate was the mandate of the vaccine, not the choice of the vaccine or being tested on a weekly basis. Most of the others, and it appears the Postal Service is going to fall in that category, where you can either get the vaccine or you're going to have to test every single week. And of course, at the end of that press conference, Joe Biden said, "This is not about freedom or personal choice. It's about protecting yourself and protecting those around you." Now, in other places around the country, there's already been numerous healthcare facilities, hospitals, and things of that nature announcing mandates of the vaccine. And what might the unintended consequences of these mandates be? Be interesting to see how it works out with the federal workforce. There's a hospital in upstate New York is going to pause, is the word they use. They're going to pause delivering babies because of the number of resignations by maternity unit workers objecting to the vaccine mandate. Lewis County General Hospital in Lowville will stop delivering babies after September 24th. During a news conference Friday afternoon, the health system CEO said 7 of the 30 hospital workers who resigned were from the maternity ward. There's another 7 maternity ward staffers who are still undecided about getting the vaccine. They're objecting to the September 27th deadline to get a first dose of the vaccine. That was mandated before former Governor Cuomo stepped aside. 20 of the staff members who resigned actually worked in clinical positions, nurses, therapists, technicians. Now, they say if we can pause the service now of delivering babies and focus on recruiting nurses who are vaccinated, we will then be able to re-engage in delivering babies. Right now, they said 165 hospital employees, that'd be 27% of the workforce at the hospital, have yet to be vaccinated. 464 workers have received the vaccine, but that's an awful lot. How much of your workforce can you afford to lose in these hospital settings? All right. Our hope is, as we get closer to the deadline, we'll see more individuals opting to get the vaccine. fewer individuals who will leave, and maybe with a little luck, some of those who've resigned, maybe they'll reconsider. We are not alone, though. There are thousands of positions that are open north of the thruway, and now we have a challenge to work through with this vaccine mandate. You know, when you say the hospitals are strapped and stretched to the limits, well, if you want to continue forcing more workers out of the hospital setting, what do you anticipate? All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. Captain Ron going to be checking in. Knucklebuster's back, and we got plenty of room for you here on a Monday at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden and UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson will meet during the UN General Assembly later this month. The Times UK reporting that the pair will meet for talks during the General Assembly, which starts in New York on September 21st. Biden and Johnson last spoke in person during the Group of Seven summit in June in England. 4 people are injured and at least 2 more are unaccounted for after an explosion at an apartment complex in suburban Atlanta. At least 15 of the 20 units in the 3-story building in Dunwoody, Georgia, were damaged by the Sunday explosion. Police say the cause of the blast is still under investigation, though a manager at the complex reported an odor of gas to Atlanta Gas before the explosion. And the CDC released its latest set of COVID vaccine data showing that nearly 74% of all Americans 12 and older have received at least 1 dose. That's about 209.2 million people. In 13 states, at least 80% of the population have received at least 1 shot. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. Giza Dream Sheets as low as $49.99, but only if you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The national average for a gallon of gasoline is now back up to the price it was 2 weeks ago. John Clemens reports.
After falling 2 cents a gallon during the last reporting period, the national average is now back up to $3.25, an increase of 2 cents over the last week. Oil analyst Trilby Lundberg tells us about the spread from region to region.
San Francisco Bay is the high at $4.48, and the low is Houston at $2.74. Between those extremes, we have Indianapolis at $3.12, Long Island $3.23, and Seattle at $4.01.
And Daniil Medvedev denied Novak Djokovic his calendar year Grand Slam, defeating him Sunday in the finals of the U.S. Open in straight sets, 6-4, 6-4, 6-4. The win gives Medvedev his first major title and gains him a measure of revenge against Djokovic, who defeated him back in February in the finals of the first major of the year, the Australian Open. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken will testify Monday in front of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on the U.S.'s withdrawal from Afghanistan, a venture many on both sides of the political spectrum say was mismanaged. Congressman Adam Kinzinger says the American people just want someone to take responsibility. The Illinois Republican tells CBS's Face the Nation that the Secretary of State should be the first one to step up.
I think there's a lot of people that bear blame, and the Secretary of State is one of these. And I think it would be nice, and keep in mind, even under the prior president, I would say this exact thing, for some people to just take responsibility. That's what the American people want, is somebody to stand up and say, look, this is on me. We know, obviously, that there's detailed planning that's not always on. But in the case of the Secretary of State, when we began to see the collapse of the Afghan military, which actually started with the threats that the Taliban were doing on these night letters against Afghan leaders and Afghan military leaders saying, the U.S. is leaving, we're going to kill your family unless you give up your arms. When we began to see that fall apart, that's when the order should have been given to basically enter a defensive posture, get everybody out we can, and not have to wait to 3 days prior. Because a lot of us were watching this happen, we were talking about it, and it's like wasn't a surprise to many of us.
In early finals on the first Sunday of the new NFL season, the Steelers scored all of their points in the second half to beat the Bills 23-16, and rookie Evan McPherson of the Bengals hit a 33-yard field goal as the overtime period expired to beat the Vikings 27-24. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So according to the report, welcome back, by the way, hour number 3 off and rolling here on a Monday. If you're in the market to buy a new RV, you might just want to wait a bit. RV dealers on a recent nationwide conference call said the quality of most recreational vehicles now being produced is pathetic. That was the word they used, pathetic. One longtime dealer said it's some of the worst stuff I've seen in 30 years. It's horrendous inside and out. But we have no recourse but put it on the lot and try to sell it. You take what you can get and you move on. A dealer said he suspects many longtime RVers are delaying purchasing a new rig, since it's no secret right now, at least on social media and many blogs, that new RV owners aren't happy with their purchase. The lack of quality and all the negative comments on the chat rooms have to be holding people back from moving forward with the purchase. The East Coast dealer said RV manufacturers are building them as fast as they can. There's just no quality control. Manufacturers are not doing a good job of taking care of their customers. I mean, it's gone from bad to worse, he says. One West Coast dealer echoing those thoughts. My greatest fear now is watching the motorized RV industry get toppled, he says. They just don't have the expertise to complete a motorhome in northern Indiana anymore. Their labor force has no eye for quality, and they have no way of teaching it. The industry is ripe for someone else to step in and start producing quality products. But it'll likely have to be someplace other than Indiana. Right now, if workers there get upset by something, they just walk off because it's easy to get a job elsewhere in Elkhart right now. Now, he cited one manufacturer who admitted that he usually has no idea what his workforce will look like from week to week. He said on Mondays, who knows who's going to show up? Wow. One New England dealer said some manufacturers are only running their plants 3 or 4 hours a day. I'm sorry, 3 or 4 days a week, rather, due to shortages in parts and labor. The quality that's coming out is terrible. Their ability to retain employees, bad. You can just tell the guys on the manufacturing line, they've been on the job for maybe a week. Plants do not have the proper staffing. They can't do the service after the sale. It's not just dealers who've noticed the drop in quality. I had one newbie who purchased what they thought was the Taj Mahal of RVs, according to one dealer. They took their first trip with it, and they come back in with 40 different problems that needed to be fixed with it, he says. Then I get to tell them, well, you got to wait weeks, it may be months to get it fixed because nobody can get the parts they need. Wow. The industry projected to produce nearly 580,000 rigs by the end of this year and set a new record in 2022, more than 600,000 new factory shipments. That's the plan. Continued our demand for RVs. The need for RV dealers to restock historically low inventories, the strong financial stranding of customers, and all the interest in the outdoors is working to keep RV shipments elevated right now. And they're facing some of the same supply chain issues and obviously the labor issues that are plaguing most industries over the past year. I mean, here we are, one week to the day. It was last Monday when the federal $300 per week extended unemployment benefits lapsed, right? That's expired now. So just got to kind of sit back and wonder if those millions who were benefiting from those extra dollars every week maybe will go out and try to find a job now. That's all we can hope for, I guess. Hey, what's going on this morning? Captain Ron, hi there.
Happy Monday.
Yeah, I hear you.
Glad to hear you're sounding better. I think that problem with the RV is kind of just about with everything anymore, isn't it? Being able to get parts and labor force seems to be a common thing with everybody.
If you've got an older
customer service before.
If you've got an older truck and you need parts and you've got, one of our listening friends, old Ironbeard here, a month or so ago, he had a part that he needed for his truck. It broke down and they told him it would be like 7 weeks before they could get the part. And he's like, his truck wasn't operable. He said, I can't wait 7 weeks to go back to making money. So he essentially had to go buy a new used truck.
Yeah, I was going to say he had to go buy a new truck, didn't he?
Correct. Yep.
I don't know what the answer would be. Well, I went and spent the fly rod down there in St. Augustine. Had a good time. We went to Fountain of Youth. That doesn't seem to be working yet. Tasted like regular old tap water to me.
Yeah.
But that Diamondback Denny, I told you he was a liar and a scoundrel, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, we played cards Friday night, and we caught him looking in my hand at my cards. He's a cheat too. But I kind of got the last laugh. He was sitting with a mirror that was mounted right behind him on the wall. You should have seen his face when I pointed that out to him. It was awesome.
That's pretty cool.
But I don't have much else. Have you been hearing anything else about that monkeypox? I saw a little bit of blip on it on the rise here in Florida. Seems like everything's bad here in Florida.
Since that initial report out of Texas, a month or so ago, I have not heard anything about the monkeypox. I do know that there are more cases of chickenpox surfacing with these Afghan refugees coming in. I think I've got the scoop over here somewhere in the mix that I'll share with you. I think there was four new cases of chickenpox. Was it chickenpox or measles? I can't remember. I have to pull that up. But it might have been measles. Like I said, I can't remember which it was. But they're halting bringing any more of the Afghan evacuees in. They're coming out of, I think they've stopped flying out of Germany, Ramstein Air Force Base there, and the military base in Qatar has stopped flights out of that country as well.
Can't say we didn't see that coming. I guess that's about all I got. Maybe some more intelligent caller will give a call.
Okay. Thanks for checking in, Captain Ron. Good to hear from you. Happy Monday, right? It's always his favorite day. Look at 17 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So indeed it was measles, not chickenpox, measles. U.S.-bound flights carrying evacuees from Afghanistan are on hold after 4 new cases of measles were diagnosed among Afghans who'd already arrived in the country. Flights have been temporarily paused, was the word, out of an abundance of caution. At the request of the Centers for Disease Control, the Afghans diagnosed are in quarantine in accordance with the public health guidelines. The CDC has begun their contact tracing process. They did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Jen Psaki noted that all those arriving as part of Operation Allies Welcome, the ongoing effort to resettle Afghan allies following the withdrawal from Afghanistan, are required to be vaccinated for the measles as a condition of entry. It's been an unprecedented effort to evacuate thousands of U.S. citizens, Afghans, and others before the end of the August withdrawal deadline. All right, we know all the background there. It looks like in total we've moved out more than 124,000 people. There are still U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, and allied Afghans trying to get out of the country. What was almost comical is last week they said there were about 100 left. Now, I think they got something like 25 or 30 out on Friday. There was a plane that left the day before that. But the number that are still there didn't go down. They're still saying, no, we think there's about 100 there. Well, if you had 100 and you got 50 out, there shouldn't still be 100 there. You know, they don't know why the numbers aren't going down. Measles, of course, is highly contagious. It can spread through coughing or sneezing. People can become infected if they breathe contaminated air, touch a contaminated surface, and then something as simple as touching the eye, nose, mouth. As far as transmissibility, what was it? If there's 10 people in a room and one of them is infected, something like 9, I guess you'd have to have 11. 9 out of 10 would become infected. So very, very highly transmissible. But yes, good morning, Knucklebuster. Take 2.
Thanks for taking me a second time there, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, you know, old Doofus Magoo, he can screw anything up there, right? You know, they ought to have them people inoculated before they ever even got on the airplane there. So, I don't know. Well, I want to thank the good Lord for a possum breath and Big Moose. Prayers to you, buddy. Just keep hanging in there. The good Lord won't put more on you, and you can stay in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't call 911 where I come from, see, because I can get to the hospital a lot faster than that. But then that ambulance can think about it. They can't even get the sirens on that thing going before I get to the hospital there. So I don't know. It's I take care of my own. That's the way I was raised. I can remember when we didn't even have no telephone. See, but talking about getting something to eat, there's some diners out there at Los Angeles on the Sidewalk Cafe. They were approached by a pair of brazen robbers. They got robbed right there while they were eating. See, that's a good reason not to go to a restaurant there. I cook better than them truck stop restaurants do there. So I got a refrigerator, microwave, hot plate, all that on the truck with me. So, plus Mama Knucklebuster, she cooks better than I do, and you know that's right.
I hear you.
Yeah. Well, Steve, you know how to make 20 pounds of fat the most desired thing in the world?
How do you do that?
Divide it in half, put a nipple on top. And Coke ought to be ashamed of it. Yeah, Coke ought to be ashamed of their sale. You know, they want people to be less white. Well, I got news for them. Them Hooters ain't got no muscles in them. That's why them women can't pick up nothing there. They ain't got no chest muscles there, right? That's why they're nice and soft there. But you were right about them Mad Max cars. They would look like they was made from a couple of rednecks named Bubba and Errol saying, "Hold my beer while I wheel this
Exactly.
thing."
Yep.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, some people tell me I go to bed like an old man, and I tell them, nope, I go to bed like a man with a job. If I don't get a paycheck on Friday, they'd have to come lock me up, Steve. You said we're going to pause the delivery of the babies?
Correct.
What are they going to do? Put a mandate out for people to stop having sex? I don't think so. That ain't never going to happen, man. You know, that's like crazy. You know, the only thing I'd change about Christmas would be Silent Night and Holy Night. it may have been a holy night, but it wasn't silent. If you ever been down there, the
I hear you. Yes, sir.
yeah. Them RVs, they're like a house, Steve. You can get a 30-year loan on one of them things there, but I pay mine off a lot longer, a lot faster than 30 years there. When you buy anything, I don't care what it is, car, RV, you better go over it with a fine-tooth comb and make sure that you know what you're looking at, and then fix it yourself if you purchase the thing. The last one I bought, it had an air conditioner on the roof and all the ductwork in there. But guess what they forgot to do, see? Hook the ductwork up to the air conditioner.
Whoops.
So I just pulled the panel down and hooked it all up for them, and I took care of business. I made sure it was done right there. So, but you know, Mama Knucklebuster wasn't happy about being hot inside that thing while she was trying to sleep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she told me, you fixing this thing now, boy. So anyway, well, that's all of my old hogwash for this go around. We'll call a little later on. I still got some more.
You got more to go. All right. We'll look forward to that in that loneliest hour. And forecasters keeping a close eye for the possibility of tropical development along the southern Atlantic coast. Middle and later portions of this week could stir up dangerous surf, trigger some tropical downpours along the Carolina coasts. This comes less than a week after Tropical Storm Mindy organized and ramped up before making landfall in the Florida Panhandle as a tropical storm last Wednesday. Now, just a week later, another tropical entity could lead to heavy rain for other portions of the same area that was impacted by Mindy. Areas such as the immediate coast of the Carolinas may have some tropical downpours as early as Friday, as the system could track very close to the U.S. Development may occur off the southeast coast mid to late week, as the northern portion of the tropical wave, currently right now down near Puerto Rico, interacts with an upper-level storm east of the Bahamas. Now, if given enough time and the atmospheric conditions are right, mid to upper-level storms can spin down to the lower part of the atmosphere and then begin to take on those tropical aspects. Conditions will be such that a tropical depression could develop as wind shear decreases. So we'll be keeping an eye on things pretty much at the same time as Nicholas is impacting the Texas coast this week. Yeah, going to keep an eye on that feature just off the southeast coast. That's the next potential candidate for tropical development to bring maybe some impacts here to the United States. Get our news break in here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
North Korea says it has test-fired long-range cruise missiles over the weekend. North Korean state media claim they've tested the weapons and successfully hit a target over 900 miles away. The reports made no mention of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un witnessing the test. South Korean officials also have yet to comment on or verify reports of the launch. And the chief White House medical advisor says that he would support a requirement for all air passengers to be vaccinated. In an interview with the Skim This podcast, Dr. Anthony Fauci said he supported the mandate after Virginia Democratic Representative Don Beyer introduced legislation last week to require all Amtrak and airline employees to get vaccinated or test negative for COVID at least once a week. The bill, known as the Safe Travel Act, also advocates for all travelers on commercial airlines and Amtrak lines to be vaccinated or test negative within 3 days of traveling. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? going through a divorce. Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, quick like, talking about that potential development off the eastern seaboard later this week. Yeah, AccuWeather says we'll closely monitor the situation. Yeah, right now, it's expected to remain off the coast, but there's a slight chance it could track close enough to spread some heavy rain to portions of the mid-Atlantic. Downpours from Charleston, South Carolina to Virginia Beach, Virginia possible in the event it were to track close to the Carolina coast. All right, the amount of tropical downpours may become numerous for areas closest to the coast. Regardless of where the storm tracks, as it drifts slowly northward, it's going to bring rough, dangerous surf and rift currents once again to much of the East Coast this week. Many coastal residents and tourists may be tempted to cool off in the water. Yeah, from New York all the way down to Foley Beach, South Carolina, temperatures are going to be soaring to the 90-degree mark. Yeah, middle and later this week. So be cautious. Do not swim in areas where strong rip currents are likely. Like the record-setting 2020 season, this Atlantic hurricane season is about to blow past our seasonal averages. Typically, you get 14 named storms during the course of an entire season. We're up to 14 as we speak. Like last year, it was 30 named storms? Where they had to go into the Greek alphabet and all that. All right, back to the phones we go. And is that the Beaver Stuffer?
Yeah, good morning, Steve.
Morning. How you been?
Excellent. You?
Haven't heard from you in a while. Aren't you supposed to start with often imitated, never duplicated, or something like that?
Yeah, often replicated, never duplicated. I forgot. It's been a while back. I got a brand new truck, right?
Yeah.
And I've just been kind of enjoying that. And now the newness is kind of wore off. So I'll call Steve. Morning. And, I haven't been driving late night. I've been listening to the replays. So that's kind of part of it, too.
I got you.
And, I don't know. There's so much negative stuff out there. And it just seems to have an effect. You hear these news stories, and just how much can you take?
Yep.
And I just got to concentrate on the positive, and it's hard to do right now. But I can say this is probably the first time in many years where a Michigan fan can say that they got a better record than the Buckeyes.
Ah, boy, oh boy, yeah. How about that?
Right. Oh, hey,
so you guys were probably were you grinning from ear to ear when the Buckeyes fell over the weekend?
Well, I have to say that it was probably one of the most joyous moments in Michigan fans' history in the last 10 years.
Uh-huh.
But it's early,
Yeah.
We'll see. We were on the West Coast too. We beat Oregon. We beat Washington. Oh, Washington isn't half the team as Oregon is. Oh. So yeah, your last caller, Nutbuster.
Yeah.
He was talking about the Chinese or they're trying to limit the amount of kids people can have now.
Well, no. No, the story was there's a hospital in New York that's going to pause delivering babies. It's not that there's going to be less babies to be delivered. It's going to be that you're going to have to go to a different facility to have your baby delivered because this hospital is not going to do it. But he tried to twist it around and try to make it sound like, what, are they not going to let you get pregnant or what?
Well, you know what country is known for that? It's China.
China, yes.
Right. Yeah, so I heard that, right? And I just, whoa. And I didn't hear the whole story.
Yeah.
Whenever it must have been, there was a blurb about it. And so it kind of threw me for a loop there, I had to get the
rest of the story. It's a hospital, I believe, in upstate New York where they've got the vaccine mandate, and so many of those that work in the maternity ward have quit and refusing to get the jab that they're going to have to pause, as they say, in delivering babies because they don't have the staff to deliver them.
Right. But they're not going to be the only industry that's going to struggle with that. And here's the thing, Steve. Left, right, whatever your view is, or anybody's view, and and specifically the left, their stance on abortion, right?
Yeah.
Their slogan is woman's body, woman's choice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So isn't it kind of a double standard with a vaccine? You know, it's our body, it's our choice. You know, how is it right for one and not right for the other?
And oddly enough, you can go back. I don't know when the clip was from. I'm guessing maybe 8 months ago, and none other than Kamala Harris was at the podium saying the slogan of "My body, my choice" will be no different with the vaccines than it is for anything else. You know, that's all changed all of a sudden, hadn't it?
Wow, you got a great memory. I didn't remember that, but you are right.
Yep, she did.
But you know what? We all knew that listening to them.
Yeah. We saw we saw the handwriting on the wall, you know, because when they were first offering up, the people were getting vaccinated, and we had this goal. We want, what was it, 50 million by July or whatever it was, or 70%, whatever Biden wanted. And they kept saying that if we don't reach that, we'll have to find other methods to convince people to do it. And you say, well, how are you going to convince someone unless you make them do it? They they were tipping their hand from the very beginning. But again, I don't know if the paperwork's been filed yet. As soon as Biden made that announcement last Thursday, the Republican National Committee said that they will immediately file a lawsuit saying that this is not constitutional. I don't know how far it's going to go, if they will or not be able to enforce it. But as far as the employers and whatnot are concerned, that absolutely they can require it. Not a thing you can do about that. It's been a while. Didn't hear from Eagle last week. Welcome in. Happy Monday, Eagle.
Yeah, I took the week off last week for the Labor Day holiday, so I didn't drive the truck last week. So I was spending time at home, but I was keeping up with the news and everything. So I got a lot to talk about tonight. First of all, I want to say I'm one of those people out there. I'm not an Ohio State fan, so I'm glad that they lost the game, so we don't have to hear them. So we don't even have to talk about them when it comes to the Final Four teams in the College Bowl series. Ohio State's eliminated as far as I'm concerned, so that's a good thing, not a bad thing. But I want to start out by talking about Joe Biden, Steve. Well, mainly first of all, let me talk about Dr. Doom, better known as Dr. Fauci. I want to say something to people that seem to support this guy. Why, I don't know. But it looks to me like, Steve, this guy here is still flapping his mouth about these different mandates and these different viruses. The virus is on the downward slope, Steve. You got stadiums. You got football stadiums all over America, full 50, 70, 80, 100,000 people attending these games, and we don't see people dropping down and entering in the hospitals like good old Dr. Fauci wants to keep talking about. The virus, like I said, Steve, the vaccines seem to be working, and it looks like you can go on and lead your normal life. I told you months ago, Steve, and all your listeners to your show that Dr. Fauci was a joke, and he'll continue to be a joke. Like I say, I've been living my life for a whole year with this so-called mystery virus out there, and everything has been going just fine. So I'd advise all your listeners to do the same thing and tune out people like Dr. Fauci and especially this other loser, Joe Biden, a turncoat on America. And like I say, we already know why he's still in the White House, Steve. They're not going to do anything about this guy. It pisses me off and it pisses a lot of other people off. What he did in Afghanistan is unimaginable what this man has done, and yet he still is still in the White House. If you and I both know, if Donald Trump was in the White House and he did something like this, they would have kicked him out of with a big boot straight out of the White House immediately. But as long as Biden has Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and these other Democratic losers, and he's going to continue to have a job that he doesn't deserve. You know, as you know, one of your casters said in one of your breaks, I told you this a week or so ago, Steve, Kim Jong-un is back firing up his nuclear weapons program because he knows that we have an empty suit. And that's what Biden is, an empty suit. Like one of your other callers said, he knows that Joe Biden is not going to do absolutely nothing about him and his nuclear program, just like he didn't do nothing about the Taliban. So Kim Jong-un, keep on doing your thing, my man, because I promise you, Joe Biden ain't going to do nothing about it. So all you people out there, like I remember I told you this about a year or so ago, Steve, before Joe Biden got in the White House. I said that the American people, when it's all said and done, the people that voted for Joe Biden, and they need begging and pleading for Donald Trump to come back into the White House. And those words, everything I said is starting to come true. You got people, I talk to people every day who say, I wish to God for this man and Joe Biden, and they regret the day they ever went to the voting booth and voted for him. And it's going to continue to be like that for the next 3 years. So Donald Trump or whoever the Republican candidate, whether it's the guy down in Florida or anybody else that steps forward, they won't have too much of a hard time getting into the White House, especially if Joe Biden is their candidate. But I think the Democrats are going to eliminate him, and he's not going to be the candidate in 3 years because they know that there's no way in hell he's getting back in the White House after what he's done. So he'll be replaced. He'll be replaced by somebody. It won't be Kamala because they don't even have faith in her. They don't even have faith in her at this point, Steve. I told you this a couple of weeks ago, but we don't have a vice president as of right now in the United States. That position is vacant because, see, to be vice president, that means that you have to do your job that you're supposed to protect the American people. And last time I checked, Kamala wasn't doing that. All you got to do is go down to the southern border down in Texas, and people are coming across at will. So that don't sound like she's doing her job to me. So that position is vacant, and it'll continue to be vacant until we get a real president in the White House, which is Donald Trump or the man, like I say, the man down there in Florida. Hopefully these two guys, Steve, can you imagine a team? Can you imagine a team of Donald Trump and and the guy down there in Florida, DePlantis? I think that's what his name is. DeSantis. Can you imagine Donald Trump is the president and this guy is the vice president? That'll be a hell of a team, and there's no way. And the Democrats know that, and they know that they can't stop this team, so they're going to do everything they can to stop Trump from and this guy from working together. They're going to try to pit them against each other, and hopefully Donald Trump won't fall for their trap and go ahead on and team up with this guy and get back into the White House and get this country back on track. Because right now, Steve, this USA, we're on a downward slope right now. And, let me say one last thing right quick, Steve. For all the people that died on 9/11, just Saturday, we celebrated a 20-year anniversary of 9/11. And do you realize, like I say, Joe Biden, he didn't have to tell me he didn't care about America. I already knew that. Do you realize that Joe Biden didn't even have the guts to show up in New York City live and in person? He sent a pre-recorded message to the 9/11 victims. He didn't even have the guts to show up in New York. But guess who did show up in New York? Donald Trump. Like I continue to say, a real president. For those of you people who continue to support Joe Biden and you think he cares about America, just remember I said Joe Biden sent a pre-recorded message to the 9/11 ceremony on Saturday, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, I know. As I was tuned into some of the coverage, I know he was there at Shanksville. I thought they said he, showed up at, of course, D.C., New York, and Shanksville. I'm not exactly certain. I'll do a double check on that. The problem is, most in New York at Ground Zero, many of those family members didn't want him there. They had told him up front, we don't want you to show your face here. on the 20th anniversary. Quick 2-minute timeout, though. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of bowling on 2 tracks. Tractors, trucks, minis, and semis will all be there, with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These pullers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmers Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to allstarpoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I pulled the story up quick, and yeah, Biden did Saturday make appearances at all 3 locations. Let's see here. He left the speech making to others, paying his respects at the trio of locations. Of course, you had New York, Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and Washington, D.C. They say he wiped away a tear as he stood in silence at the site where the Trade Center towers fell. He looked up at the haunting sound of a jet plane under clear blue skies, reminiscent of that fearful day. In the grassy field in Pennsylvania, comforting family members gathered at a stone boulder near Shanksville. At the Pentagon, Biden and his wife Jill took a moment of silence before a wreath studded with white, purple, and red flowers on display in front of the memorial benches that mark the victims of the attack at the headquarters there, the Pentagon. All right. About 5 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Philip's on the line here. So here it is. I'm looking at the headline from United Press International. SpaceX planning to reach new heights this week. Literally for space tourism. Wednesday, launching the Inspiration 4 from Florida, the first all-private space flight to orbit the Earth. 2 men and 2 women scheduled to lift off in a Dragon capsule atop a Falcon 9 rocket from the Kennedy Space Center, 1 a.m. Eastern Time. So if all goes as scheduled, we'll be live at the time that's taking place. The mission, the brainchild of American businessman Jared Isaacman, founder of the Pennsylvania-based payments processing company, Shift4 Payments. Isaac Mint, who Forbes says is worth $2.4 billion, paid SpaceX an undisclosed sum for the flight. He also pledged a $100 million donation to the St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, while mounting a fundraising effort to raise an additional $100 million. All right, Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin took 2 private individuals to space in July. That was a suborbital flight for about 10 minutes. Inspiration 4 is to spend several days in space. The exact duration has not yet been announced. It may actually depend on how the flight unfolds, they say. The capsule will orbit higher than the International Space Station at about 265 miles, according to the mission profile. So essentially, they're going up 200 miles higher than Bezos' flight went. So that's going to be big. Getting kind of excited about the big flight this week. I guess you'll be up at 1 a.m. that morning to catch it live, Philip?
Now that I know it's at 1 a.m., I think I might wake up a little earlier. I usually get up at 1:30, but I'll probably get up at 1 a.m. So, yep. That's why I'm saying that. I've been saying it all along. Elon's doing the right thing. I mean, as far as those other guys, they were wimps, in my opinion. They didn't get up there to do it. Musk is taking them up 3 days, and they going up high. So, and Steve, you know what's amazing is those people aren't going to be touching anything with guidance of the capsule at all. They're going to be hanging on just for the ride.
Everything is going to be remotely controlled. In other words, they're not going to flip any switches or anything, huh?
The only thing they're going to do is if they have a system failure. That's it. I mean, as far as, anything with the life support systems inside the capsule.
Wow.
Other than that, anything dealing with guidance or attitude or any of that stuff, apogee or any of that stuff, that's going to be controlled from the ground. It's going to be fully autonomous.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's a big deal. It's nothing to be taken lightly. That's why I got so kind of upset about Bezos. I'm not so Branson. What Branson did, he admitted he was just doing out there them turn maneuvers like they used to do in airplanes. He just went higher. But, Bezos, that was a joke. I mean, that guy had recliners in the side of his capsule with big old glass windows. Look at the size of the windows that's in this one that's going up Wednesday. They're tiny. Those guys would be lucky to see anything out there. And so, but they're going to be higher than the space station. I didn't know that one.
Yeah, that's the first I had seen of that. Yeah, 265 miles up. That's up there.
Hey, Steve, I know you're getting on top of the hour, and I got some more stuff to talk about. So can I hang on after the news break?
Absolutely. Hey, Philip, what the hell? It's Monday morning. What do you think? We got 2 hours yet to fill, and it is 844-844-3388. We'll return after this news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
North Korea says it has test-fired long-range cruise missiles over the weekend. North Korean state media claim they've tested the weapons and successfully hit a target over 900 miles away. The reports made no mention of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un witnessing the test. South Korean officials also have yet to comment on or verify reports of the launch. And the chief White House medical advisor says that he would support a requirement for all air passengers to be vaccinated. In an interview with the Skim This podcast, Dr. Anthony Fauci said he supported the mandate after Virginia Democratic Representative Don Beyer introduced legislation last week to require all Amtrak and airline employees to get vaccinated or test negative for COVID at least once a week. The bill, known as the Safe Travel Act, also advocates for all travelers on commercial airlines and Amtrak lines to be vaccinated or test negative within 3 days of traveling. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. Giza Dream Sheets as low as $49.99, but only if you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Two prominent senators dueled Sunday over their support for a $3.5 trillion Democratic infrastructure spending package. Jeremy Scott has more.
Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia says he will not vote for the $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation bill that contains a number of climate, social welfare, and other incentives, arguing the price tag is far too high.
He will not have my vote on 3.5, and Chuck knows that, and we've talked about this. We've already put out $5.4 trillion, and we've tried to help Americans in every way we possibly can. And a lot of the help that we put out there is still there, and it's going to run clear until next year.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders did not like what he heard on CNN's State of the Union.
It is absolutely not acceptable to me. I don't think it's acceptable to the president, to the American people, or to the overwhelming majority of the people in the Democratic caucus.
The Senate hopes to pass the package this week so the House can do so by the September 27th deadline given by House Speaker Pelosi. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And this is USA Radio News.
Lights out. Everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
President Biden announced last week a new set of COVID-19 measures that would require all federal employees and contractors to be vaccinated against the virus, as well as workers at healthcare facilities receiving federal funding. He also said that the Department of Labor is drafting rules that would require all businesses that have more than 100 employees to mandate that they receive the vaccine. Several Republican governors immediately pushed back against the announcement, with some promising a legal fight. Nebraska Governor Pete Ricketts is one of those governors speaking out. He tells Fox News that while he's advocated for people to get the vaccine, it shouldn't be forced on them by the government.
First of all, we have been encouraging people to get vaccinated. We've been providing information and encouraging people to reach out to their neighbors because vaccines work and they will help people. But it should be a personal health care choice. This is not something that the government should mandate, and somebody shouldn't have to make the choice between keeping their job and getting a jab in the arm. I mean, it's just wrong. I've talked to people, a number of people who have told me if they make me take the vaccine, I'm just going to be fired. I'm not going to do it.
And the latest college football top 25 is out. Jeremy Scott has the details.
Oregon and Iowa cracking the top 5. The Ducks, with their upset of Ohio State, jumped from number 12 to number 4. And an impressive defensive performance by Iowa over Iowa State pushed the Hawkeyes to the number 5 position. The top 3 spots remain Alabama, followed by Georgia and Oklahoma. In their defeats, Ohio State dropped to number 9 and Iowa State fell to number 14.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So also in the state of Florida, COVID-19 sniffing dogs are now on duty, apparently, at Miami International Airport to detect the virus in employees before they start their workday. They've got two dogs, Cobra and Beta. 7-year-old dogs trained to detect the presence of the coronavirus. Part of a pilot program, they tell us, at one of the nation's busiest airports. They announced it this past week. The dogs, they say, will sniff the face coverings, the masks, of employees passing through a checkpoint. If the dog signals the odor of the virus, they will then be asked to take a rapid test. Being able to apply decades of research in this way to provide an additional layer of protection to airport employees. It's kind of humbling. Professor of chemistry and biochemistry at Florida International University, he told the Washington Post, the big aha for me was not only could the dogs be trained for this work, but that they were so accurate. The canine accuracy rivals traditional testing and even some lab equipment. Beta's accuracy was 98.1%. Cobra, the other dog, was 99.4%. Everybody, including humans, are wrong at some point, he said. But this dog, she's almost ever wrong. So this is the first airport to use dogs to detect the virus here in the U.S. There are some other countries, the United Arab Emirates and Finland, that have started testing the idea as well. With 50 times as many smell receptors as humans, dogs have obviously long been used to sniff out not only drugs and explosives, but even medical conditions like Parkinson's disease, blood sugar level shifts in people with diabetes, and some cancers. And I actually saw a news blurb last week about dogs being able to sense the smell for people that have, I think it was like epilepsy, people that have seizures, that apparently a person with that will produce a smell as much as an hour prior to their actually going into a seizure. And they've got these dogs that they've trained to be able to let their owner know, or their handler, that, hey, you're going to be having a seizure here, and they get plenty of advance notice. It's pretty incredible what these dogs can do. But I digress. All right, back at it here. We'll finish up with Philip. We lost Heatwave. I know he's out there in cell phone hell somewhere, I think in Colorado. Otherwise, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. All right, welcome back, Philip.
Yeah, real quick, Bud. Thank you for talking about dogs, because that's going to kind of segue into a story I was going to tell you about what happened to me Saturday. But before I do, when you watch these storms out there, pay attention to Nicholas, because Nicholas is going to go over Boca Chica around in that area. So keep an eye on Elon's operation down in Boca Chica there. So we'll see how that fares out, because, they've had all that construction there.
Mm-hmm.
But getting on to my story, I was going to talk to you about, Steve, and you can type this story up if you want to get the information on it too. It's 2 K9s officers shot in Volusia County. And I'm going to tell you my story right now. I came out of the house the other morning. I was going to work at Walmart, and I saw a drone flying about a half a mile from my house. And I thought, that's not a helicopter. I knew it was a drone because it didn't have a spotlight or none of the other stuff on it. But all of a sudden I heard gunfire, and then I heard return gunfire from a different gun. And I thought to myself, man, this is strange. So I got in my car and I went to work, and I called Pappy to try to get a hold of him. I told him about it, and I'd also talked to driver Steve, who calls into you as frequently. So anyway, later on in the day, I found out that a car had been carjacked in a town just over from where I was. And they got the car by the tag readers, and they got it to behind a Lowe's center. And they got the driver hopped out, the suspect, and they put a dog on him. Well, he shot that dog in the face and got in the woods. He was in the woods for about an hour and a half. And they were watching him with drones. And then they used another dog to flush him out of the woods. And he shot that dog in the face. And then after that, when I heard all the commotion I heard was when they actually took the guy out. They didn't kill him. He's in critical condition, and both the animals and they're going to be fine too. They were both in pretty bad shape. But the story is those dogs kept on going. They didn't stop at all for anybody. And if you see the report from the sheriff of Volusia County, Mike Chitwood, he'll tell you that those dogs saved human lives, because his officers would have been shot by this guy if they had to put those dogs in action. And it's a pretty interesting story about what those dogs can do. And the one dog, he had been shot 3 times already, and they're going to take him out of action. The other dog, they don't know. It depends on how he makes out with his injuries. But the first dog, it took him. They traveled. I think it was up at Ormond Beaches where they ended up taking him, and it was about 40 minutes away. Get him taken care of for a vet, and then the other officer dog, it went to South Daytona, and but he's the one that went to South Daytona. He's the one that's probably going to be taken out of action because he's got to be retired. He's been shot too many times. He's went through too much stuff.
Wow.
So the sheriff said they were. But that's a story. I don't know if you've got it up yet or not, but all you have to put in is 2 canine officers shot in Volusia County, and it happened Saturday morning.
Yep.
And I heard the commotion. I'm gonna tell you what, scared the living mess out of me. I swear I just locked the door to the house, walking out to my car, and I seen the drone flying out there, and the sheriff said the drones paid off because they had the helicopter over. The helicopter ran out of fuel, and they had to go back to DeLand to refuel the helicopter. So the sheriff said, just throw the drones up. So they threw the drones up, and they have 2 drones. They put one up, and when the battery started going dead in it, then they brought in another one and took care of that, and they were rotating them back and forth. So they kept an eye on this guy continuously for, I think it was about an hour and a half to 2 hours the whole time the whole situation happened. And also the technology with those tag readers, the gentleman got pulled out of the car in Osteen, Florida at gunpoint by the suspect. They had that car under surveillance going after it 5 minutes after that guy got in it. 5 minutes, Steve, after he took that car from that other guy. And all that happened was one guy on the side of the road, when the guy got pulled out of the car, he got a hold of another guy in another car and said, "Can I use your phone? I got to call the police. A car's been stolen." The guy said, "No problem." Used his phone, called the police, did the normal dispatch through 911. But 5 minutes after it happened, they knew where that car was and where it was going, and they had officers behind it. Now that's pretty slick. What do you think, Steve?
Wow, no doubt about it. Yeah.
I was like, when I heard all that gunfire, I'm like, and it was about a half a mile from my house. And I called Pappy, and I'm sure Pappy will tell you about me calling him, because I tried calling him and I couldn't get a hold of him at first because he was in an area, he was on patrol, and he was in an area where his phone couldn't go through. And I called him like 2 or 3 times, and then he called me back. And I was also talking to Steve at the time. I'd finally got a hold of him because I was going to call him that morning. And it was amazing. I tell you what, it was interesting. And our sheriff, I really appreciate our sheriff. He said that now, since they've had these 2 dogs get shot, that they're actually going to get a veterinarian in our city for in case this happens ever again, because they had to take the one dog 40 minutes to a vet, and the other one was about 20 to 30. But they're actually going to Volusia County is going to try to set up a veterinarian just in that area for their canine dogs.
How about that?
So that in case something like this happens. You know, what was amazing, and I never even thought about this, the one dog had lost so much blood that they actually called on all the canine units in the 4-county district come in and donate blood for the dogs, and they did. The canine dogs in the area, all the canine units from all the cities, all the counties, and all the canine units in our like a 4-county area came in and donated blood so these 2 dogs could live. Now you talk about amazing. That's kind of crazy, isn't it, Steve? I never thought I'd ever hear stuff like that.
That's
before.
a cool story.
Yeah, and I was amazed when the sheriff was talking about it. Watch the sheriff's press conference on it. Was amazing. He talks about it. I'm waiting to see the footage because they have footage from the drones and they have footage from the body cameras and a whole shot. And he hasn't released it all yet out, but I'm really interested to see the drone footage because they said they had him on infrared and they were literally seeing him dig into the ground trying to bury stuff. I think they tried burying the gun. And just a lot of, if you're into law enforcement and how things work in law enforcement, it's a very interesting story. I just thought I'd point it out to you, Steve. I apologize, I went a little long here, but it's a very interesting story if you get the article there and read about it and see Sheriff Chip Wood's press conference. So that's all I got pretty much for today, Steve. You have a good one, bud, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And no problem time-wise because we've got clear lines, right? Wide open at 844-3388. So, yeah, I'm looking at the story. I guess it sounds like it all started about 11:30 in the evening. The guy, I guess he called like an Uber or a Lyft driver and had him take him to some isolated location, pulled out a gun, took the guy's vehicle, and then the hunt was on. Canine Officer Axe was shot in the side of the face shortly after midnight. Rushed to a veterinarian by his handler. Then Canine Endo was shot in the paw and the chin in the second shooting, that was like 2:20 in the morning. So they were hours into this already. That canine was rushed to another veterinary clinic by his handler. No other officers injured in the incident. The suspect, a 21-year-old, was ultimately shot multiple times by deputies at the scene there near an apartment complex and a Lowe's store, transported to a hospital with life-threatening injuries. But the Sheriff Chitwood, said there's no doubt that Canine, Axe, and Endo took bullets that were meant for my deputies, he said, praising the bravery of the dogs that had to be pulled away from the suspect even after they were shot. If the deputies would have gone into the woods, the first person to come in contact with this guy, without a doubt, would have been shot. Florida Department of Law Enforcement also responded to the scene and will be handling the investigation. 4 deputies and 1 DeLand police officer fired their weapons. They will be placed on temporary paid administrative leave, which is standard practice. While the criminal investigation is ongoing, this guy Singleton faces charges including armed carjacking, use of a deadly weapon against a police canine. As Phillips said, Axe was treated at an emergency hospital in Ormond Beach, where the Daytona Beach Police Department sent their canines to donate blood for him. Endo was treated at an emergency center East Volusia and South Daytona. That's the one. Endo's the one that's the recipient of the VSO Medal of Valor and Purple Heart after he was shot in the neck responding to a domestic call back in November of 2015. So how about that? And it is 21 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
As Eagle mentioned earlier, we've been talking about this for months. The fact that we have an administration that is portraying weakness to the rest of the world. When no sooner was Joe Biden sworn in, remember our discussions that all these other countries, Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, they're all watching, and they will test Joe Biden and this new administration. How far can we go? How much can we get away with before there's any sort of response? Will there be a response? We continue to watch closely China as they look at Taiwan, Russia, as you're dealing with Ukraine there. Kim Jong-un rears his ugly head once again, as you've been hearing in our news updates. Now, this is the update from here within the past hour Eastern Time. Top line, North Korea, this is from Forbes, by the way, says they successfully test-fired a new long-range cruise missile, demonstrating the ability to hit targets 932 miles away in their first public missile test in months, as the nuclear disarmament talks with the United States remain stalled. So, my understanding is this administration has, quote, reached out on numerous occasions. Kim Jong-un doesn't want to talk. Why should he? Headlines, or key facts, as the headline reads. Monday, the state-run Korean Central News Agency reported that during tests conducted on Saturday and Sunday, the missiles flew 1,500 kilometers before hitting their designated targets and falling into their territorial waters. The report referred to the missile as a strategic weapon of great significance, which implies it is capable of carrying a nuclear warhead. Images of the missile published on North Korean state media show the weapon being fired from a launcher truck and a missile with wings and tail fins flying in the air. South Korea's military said they are analyzing the launches, and the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command said they're monitoring the situation with allies. The reported range of the North New missile will allow it to hit targets in the entire Korean peninsula, along with nearly the entirety of Japan. The North Korea test comes at a time when South Korea is also ramping up their weapons buildup, raising fears of a spiraling arms race in the Korean peninsula. All right, they go through some of the other key points. While announcing the weapons test, the North Korean state media noted that the missiles will provide the country with another effective means of deterrence in the face of the military maneuvers of the hostile forces. That's kind of a dig at the 9-day joint military exercises conducted by the South Korea and United States last month. North Korea talks with the U.S. have stalled since the summit between Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump collapsed in 2019. At that time, Washington rejected Kim's demand for major sanctions relief in exchange for a partial surrender of the nuclear arsenal. Pyongyang has so far rejected the Biden administration's for talks. They don't want to talk to Joe or this administration. Hey, good morning, Heat Wave.
Good morning, senor. Well, I'm not even going to talk about politics no matter how hard you try. How did your grandson's football game go Saturday?
They had a good game. He got a decent amount of play time, and I think the final was 46-0, something like that. So,
holy smokes.
yeah.
Man, they're on a tear, ain't
Yes.
That's good. Good times are rolling. Wonderful. Well, I wonder how many 911 suicide hotline calls they had Saturday when the Buckeyes lost. I'm sure that's been a first in a long time in a regular season, and I'm sure there are a bunch of upset folks out there. Somebody was mad at me because they predicted Ohio State to do good, and I says, yeah, they'll wind up doing pretty good, but they'll have one loss. And I predicted at the end of the season, I didn't expect them to lose this early, but I don't know, sometimes it helps to be humbled. And I think Texas A&M, they had a humbling experience at Colorado with their freshman redshirt quarterback getting hurt, and they really couldn't do a thing against Colorado except at the very end. And I noticed that they dropped from fifth. They're not in the top three, and they're not in the top five, so they must be about sixth or seventh. That was kind of a disappointing win. I know they say a win is a win, but make it a quality win. Damn, that's terrible. So, anyways, well, my condolences to the family of Possum Breath and his close friends. It just seems like it's been a quarter of bad news lately. I mean, that just. Let's hope we finish out the year with everybody still here with us. That's Moose losing his wife, and then his brother, and then Dirty Diapers passing, and Possum. I mean, it's like, my goodness. It's just sad news all around for everybody.
Yeah.
So, anyways, your friend that likes to measure snow with his male member.
Oh, yeah?
Was on the other night. Yeah, he was on the other night, raising all sorts of hell, trying to act like Beavis and Butthead. You know, it is a crying shame that someone has to go that low to get attention, whether it's good or bad. So if you happen to have his number, could you pass that along to Moose so we can block his silly butt? Because, I mean, it was a distraction that we went ahead and plowed through. But, yeah, we don't need that kind of nonsense on the line. I mean, if he wants to play trucker, he can get on that CB and do that nonsense. But, you know, saying what he had to say and then making fun of one of our members was just not. That just wasn't right. So, anyways, I mean, I would rather have Minister call and talk his BS because at least you know he truly believes in the crap that he's spewing, whereas this other guy, he's just spewing crap to spew crap, you know? But anyways, yeah, our air conditioning situation has gotten worse, not gotten any better. And, of course, these people don't like talking on the weekend, so later on today I'm going to have to call them up and find out just what is going on and how soon we can expect relief. And I tell you what, just as soon as this is over with, I am dropping that damn warranty bunch like a hot potato. This has been an absolute nightmare from hell. So, other than that, what else has been going on that's been good lately? Like the other caller said, you know, there's been a whole lot of bad news and anger on the radio and news, and it's like, is there anything good happened so far?
We had a beautiful weekend weather-wise here. Had a good time at the Vina Colette. The entertainment was great. A lot of good music and a lot of good food, too.
Well, I guess that was good then.
Yeah, it was a good weekend. We went up.
Yeah.
Of course, I did the MC thing Friday night. Saturday night, we just went up for the entertainment because they got, the Saturday night band, which they've had for years, is they're really good. It's I don't know how many members. It's like 12, 13 people, and they've got like the whole percussion section and all that. Do a lot of like Chicago and that kind of music. A lot of the 70s and 80s kind of music. They're really, really good.
I'll be. Well, good. Well, I wish I could have made something like that. That sounds like that would have been fun.
Yep.
Well, I'm getting to the part of Utah here where I'm going to lose everything, so I better let you go. Senor, it's always a pleasure talking to you. I'll holler at you again tomorrow night.
Have a good morning. Be safe out there. Heat wave. We'll get a quick news break in here and back with more. Plenty of room for you. Jump on in here on a Monday, slow day. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
North Korea says it has test-fired long-range cruise missiles over the weekend. North Korean state media claim they've tested the weapons and successfully hit a target over 900 miles away. The reports made no mention of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un witnessing the test. South Korean officials also have yet to comment on or verify reports of the launch. And the chief White House medical advisor says that he would support a requirement for all air passengers to be vaccinated. In an interview with the Skim This podcast, Dr. Anthony Fauci said he supported the mandate after Virginia Democratic Representative Don Beyer introduced legislation last week to require all Amtrak and airline employees to get vaccinated or test negative for COVID at least once a week. The bill, known as the Safe Travel Act, also advocates for all travelers on commercial airlines and Amtrak lines to be vaccinated or test negative within 3 days of traveling. This is USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So we got the announcement that General Motors confirming late last week their Orion assembly facility, where the Bolt electric vehicle battery packs are assembled, will remain idle through at least September the 24th as they continue to work with their supplier, which is LG Chem, trying to address the defects in design that have led to a worldwide recall of GM's small electric car. They have already announced that it will not go forward with production of new units or replacements for existing vehicles until they are completely confident that the updated battery packs are safe. They're leaning heavily on LG Chem to prove that the new packs being assembled are completely free of the defect that has already resulted in multiple fires and set General Motors back almost $1 billion so far. Now, with General Motors' lack of confidence in its supplier, it seems unlikely that the work stoppage will extend only through the end of September. They're kind of thinking it may go longer, it may go much longer. And owners of these vehicles are not surprisingly quite upset. Nathan Gardner said, "I loved my 2019 Chevy Bolt when I bought it 3 years ago. But now it sits outside the house like a firebomb," he said. He wants General Motors to buy it back. So do many other Bolt owners. They find it unsettling to own a vehicle that GM has warned could catch fire. It's very unnerving at the very least. Durham Smith from South Carolina says he owns a 2022 Chevy Bolt. How can we possibly put a car in our garage that might catch on fire, correct? I don't feel secure parking a car outside given our tree coverage. Of course, it was last month GM expanded the recall to include all model years through 2022. Yeah, that means this guy's Bolt, which he had bought just 15 days before that recall, he just bought it. The recall affects about 141,000 vehicles globally. There have been a dozen Bolts that have caught fire while parked. GM has not confirmed that each of those was caused by the batteries, but they've apologized to Bolt owners for the inconvenience, saying it's the battery maker, LG Chem, that have hundreds of people working around the clock to find the cause and correct it to ensure the defect-free products are being made going forward. As of Friday, GM's spokesman, Kevin Kelly, said we're still working with LG on manufacturing process updates. So they put out the guidelines. If you follow these steps, you should, they say, be safe. Keep the car charged at only 90% capacity. Avoid depleting the battery below a range of at least 70 miles. Do not park the car in a garage or charge it overnight, which is the time frame most people would always plug their vehicle in, right? Charge it overnight. So that's the word from General Motors. They want GM, that being the owners of these vehicles, to implement a buyback program. You know, buy it back. We want something else. And it almost sounds like they should go that direction. I mean, there are lemon laws, right? Don't know if they would fall under that category or not. About 16 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Let me get back to the calls here on a Monday. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to call back in, say a couple other things that I didn't get to in the first deal. Let's talk about the situation over in Afghanistan. Steve, you was talking earlier about some of the diseases that these individuals are found to have brung into the U.S. You said something about the measles.
Measles, yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Now, this guy Joe Biden, he's bringing people into this country, in the southern border with all kind of diseases, and even the coronavirus. And he's bringing people in, flying people in, from all over the world, and then they wonder why there's a spike. Like we said a couple of weeks ago, Steve, with the virus was under control in the U.S. a couple of months ago, and then Biden, he started with the border, bringing in people, letting people come in, and that's when the virus started spiking again, and that's when the Delta virus came into the U.S. But he tried to blame it on the American people that was unvaccinated, which was nothing but a lie. But this guy here, like I say, they don't know who those people was that was flying on those planes, Steve. All those planes that were leaving Afghanistan, I hope that the American people are not dumb enough to think that everybody on them planes was associated with being an American, or that had worked for the U.S. government in the 20 years that we have been on the ground there. I hope American people don't think all those people that flew out of Afghanistan had good intentions. Because remember, like I said, we just had 9/11. When I said in my first call, it doesn't take 500 or 100 people to pull off a 9/11, Steve. You know that. Mm-hmm. All it takes is 5 to 10, 15 individuals, just like a 9/11, to pull off a serious deal here in the U.S. Joe Biden has flown over 100,000 people out of Afghanistan that he claims that they vetted, but they didn't vet none of them, because it's been found out, Steve, I think you said it last week, that some of these people are child molesters that arrived in the United States. Did you hear that some of these men are child molesters?
Yeah, I saw there was, I think, one case of a child molester. I think there were several they found that were kind of like on their watch list for bad people, like terrorist leanings.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I'm saying. So how can Joe Biden say that these people were all vetted, which is nothing but a lie? But that's not the first lie. That's not the first lie he told, and that won't be the last lie that he tells. But like I said before, it's all on him, Steve. You said it, and now several of the other callers have said it. It's not a matter of if we're going to have another terrorist attack. It's just a matter of when. When you allow the United States borders to be open like they are right now with the southern border, and then you got people flying in from all over the world into this country, it's just a matter of time before something real bad happens. And you ain't got nobody to point the finger. I know exactly who to point the finger to, and I'm definitely going to point it at him, and that'll be Mr. Joe Biden, because Donald Trump had this country locked up tight, Steve. We were the most secure that this country has ever been in the history of this country, as far as I'm concerned. When Trump was in the White House, he had the border under control. He had Kim Jong-un under control. He had the Taliban under control. He had everything under control. In less than a year, do you realize, you know this, Steve, in less than a year, Joe Biden has done everything that Donald Trump accomplished in the last 4 years. He has undone everything good that Trump has accomplished. And it's really a shame. But like I told some people, a couple of months ago, Steve, I thought Joe Biden was just an idiot, that he was making these mistakes because he wasn't a smart man. But as I look at this situation a little bit more closer and talk to other people, Steve, these things were done on purpose. Not even Joe Biden is this stupid to allow what's happening in the United States right now. This was all done on purpose by this man. And like I said before, if we had people in D.C. that actually cared about this country, they would immediately remove this man from the White House. But they don't care about, the only thing they care about is a paycheck, and I'm talking about Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. Nancy Pelosi, like you know this, she's been nothing but a thorn in Donald Trump's side the whole 4 years he was in the White House. Everything he tried to do right, she tried to turn it around and turn it the other way. And now she has full control of the United States under the so-called leadership of Joe Biden. So it's really a sad situation we got going on right now, Steve. But all these diseases that are coming into the United States are uncalled for, and then these people need to be checked out before anybody's allowed. No other country in the world allows this to go on, Steve. No other country allows people to come into their nation without being vaccinated, without being checked out for diseases until we got Joe Biden in the White House. So all you people out there who say that Joe Biden's doing a good job, just remember that your man Joe Biden is allowing people into this country with diseases that we got rid of a long time ago, and now they're popping their ugly head up again, and it's because of that idiot that we have in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Thank you much, Eagle. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. About 10 before the hour, rather. And that's a pretty gross scene. That's from there in Washington. The Washington football team. That's what we call them now. The Washington football have called FedEx Field in Maryland. They're home for nearly 25 years now. While it's not an ancient stadium, it may need some immediate repairs after the disgusting scene on Sunday during the game between Washington and the Los Angeles Chargers. Fans recorded footage of water leaking into the stands. Now, this wasn't a stream. This was a lot of water. The poor fans sitting in the path of the water quickly realized that's not exactly fresh water. Sewage. It was sewage. Other fans quickly start clearing the area. The smell of the sewer water hitting their noses. That video quickly went viral. Thousands of people admiring the scene of raining sewage at the game. Pretty gross. Yeah, there's a pipe, I guess, that had burst, and someone said it's raining turds at the stadium. Oh, my. A lot of toilet humor in the comments, but they say FedEx Field's been criticized a lot over the years for a number of reasons, but faulty plumbing is one of those things that we believe should probably get some real involvement from the owners as soon as possible. Like I said, this wasn't just a small stream. This thing's dumping. Yuck. 7 before the hour. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder, Andy Matoush, firmly believed the American trucker should work smarter and not harder. That's why he developed the Turbo 3000, made in America by Americans for Americans.
To be successful, just install the Turbo 3000 on your truck. Increase your fuel economy, increase your horsepower while reducing emissions.
But don't take our word for it. Here's another Turbo 3000 success story.
I've had a Turbo 3000 on my 500 ISX Cummins, and I've noticed an increase in fuel economy over those 2.5 years that is better than what it had been without the Turbo 3000. I've noticed smoother idle, not so much smoking. For the price, I don't believe it can be beat.
Attention listeners to America's Trucking Network. Right now, as a special thank you, get a discount of $25 off and free shipping on your purchase of the Turbo 3000. For more information, visit us at turbo3000.com. Like us on Facebook or Instagram, or call us at 833-474-7774.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Back out of here about 5 before the hour. know there's a number of additional listeners that we had out of the box. First hour there when I shared the email from Mary, Possum Breath's daughter. So we'll share it again for those who may have missed it. But she said, and this was, about 1 a.m. Just wanted to let everybody know Dad passed away peacefully this past evening, Sunday evening. Started complaining about chest pains just before 10:30. And I immediately called 911. He sat down in his chair and passed before the medics arrived. She did say, I spoke with Big Moose. He was devastated, as we all are. I will update you with service information as soon as possible. He loved your show, and he absolutely adored your father. I want to say thank you to all the drivers for their kindness, friendship, and wonderful memories over the years. I just arrived back home in Hamilton. I'll make sure you have the information to pass on to everyone as soon as I can. Again, thank you for your kindness, and that was from Mary. Just so you know, wanted to update you there. Hello, Hillbilly Tex.
Good morning, Steve. I just want to thank Chris and Hot Shot Secret for keeping you on air, and thoughts and prayers to Mary and Possum Breast family. And good Lord, I don't know how much more Moose can take. You know, my heart bleeds for old Big Moose. I mean, it's been a terrible month. You know.
Yes, sir.
Old Moose. I just want to tell him that I ain't got much to offer, but if he ever wants to come, the door's wide open. He can stay for a day or he can stay for a month. I don't care. He's more than welcome to my house. And, hey, if Heatwave, if you're still listening, give me a shout when you can on the telephone. I need to talk to you. But man, it's just been a bad month in the old trucking family. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Tex, it's been a rough go, hasn't it?
Yes, it sure has. And look at him. I wanna give Moose a big attaboy for putting us on this after hours show. You know, if somebody get tired of hearing me talk, just tell me to shut up, and I'll back them on up and bump the dock with.
There you go.
But yeah, I just want to give my thoughts and prayers out to Moose and Mary and Possum Breast family and all my brother and sister truckers out, and y'all have a good night. I'll see you after hours.
Good to have you with us there, Hillbilly Tex. Have a great morning. Have a good Monday. Yeah, because we all love Mondays. Our number is 844-844-3388. Anybody out there paid to view that boxing match over the weekend? It was supposed to be a big to-do, but didn't make it through the first round, apparently. According to the Daily Mirror, Evander Holyfield's foolish and dangerous attempt to launch a boxing comeback at the age of 58 ended after less than 2 minutes. Holyfield, unsurprisingly, was on shaky ground as soon as UFC star Victor Belfort landed the first punch. He was soon dropped by the Brazilian, and the referee sensibly waved the fight off before any serious harm was done to the former two-weight world champion. Now, Holyfield was unhappy with the ending. He complained. He said, "I'm not hurt. It's kind of sad, but it is what it is. I think it was a bad call. I think the referee shouldn't have stopped the fight that quickly." All right. So, I mean, I don't know, for whatever the cost was for that pay-per-view event, you got a lot of hype, a lot of lead up, and less than one round. Didn't even get the first bell. We'll get our news update here. Top of the hour has arrived. We've got a full hour yet to fill, though, so jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
North Korea says it has test-fired long-range cruise missiles over the weekend. North Korean state media claim they've tested the weapons and successfully hit a target over 900 miles away. The reports made no mention of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un witnessing the test. South Korean officials also have yet to comment on or verify reports of the launch. And the chief White House medical advisor says that he would support a requirement for all air passengers to be vaccinated. In an interview with the Skim This podcast, Dr. Anthony Fauci said he supported the mandate after Virginia Democratic Representative Don Beyer introduced legislation last week to require all Amtrak and airline employees to get vaccinated or test negative for COVID at least once a week. The bill, known as the Safe Travel Act, also advocates for all travelers on commercial airlines and Amtrak lines to be vaccinated or test negative within 3 days of traveling. This is USA Radio News.
The Giza Dream Sheets are the perfect companion to a MyPillow, the best thing you'll ever put on your bed. Call 1-800-951-8175. Ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special you get, by the way, by using my promo code USA. You can go online also to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. You can save up to 66% on anything in the MyPillow website. Check it out, MyPillow.com, promo code USA. Friends, Mike Lindell's MyPillow, my slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. MyPillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Two prominent senators dueled Sunday over their support for a $3.5 trillion Democratic infrastructure spending package. Jeremy Scott has more.
Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia says he will not vote for the $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation bill that contains a number of climate, social welfare, and other incentives, arguing the price tag is far too high.
He will not have my vote on 3.5, and Chuck knows that, and we've talked about this. We've already put out $5.4 trillion. And we've tried to help Americans in every way we possibly can. And a lot of the help that we put out there is still there, and it's going to run clear until next year.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders did not like what he heard on CNN's State of the Union.
But it's absolutely not acceptable to me. I don't think it's acceptable to the president, to the American people, or to the overwhelming majority of the people in the Democratic caucus.
The Senate hopes to pass the package this week so the House can do so by the September 27th deadline given by House Speaker Pelosi. From the USA Radio News Oregon Bureau, I'm Jeremy Scott.
And this is USA Radio News.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association annual convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
President Biden announced last week a new set of COVID-19 measures that would require all federal employees and contractors to be vaccinated against the virus, as well as workers at healthcare facilities receiving federal funding. He also said that the Department of Labor is drafting rules that would require all businesses that have more than 100 employees to mandate that they receive the vaccine. Several Republican governors immediately pushed back against the announcement, with some promising a legal fight. Nebraska Governor Pete Ricketts is one of those governors speaking out. He tells Fox News that while he's advocated for people to get the vaccine, it shouldn't be forced on them by the government.
First of all, we have been encouraging people to get vaccinated. We've been providing information and encouraging people to reach out to their neighbors because vaccines work and they will help people. But it should be a personal health care choice. This is not something that the government should mandate, and somebody shouldn't have to make the choice between keeping their job and getting a jab in the arm. I mean, it's just wrong. I've talked to people, a number of people who have told me if they make me take the vaccine, I'm just going to be fired. I'm not going to do it.
And the latest college football top 25 is out. Jeremy Scott has the details.
Oregon and Iowa cracking the top 5. The Ducks, with their upset of Ohio State, jump from number 12 to number 4. And an impressive defensive performance by Iowa over Iowa State pushed the Hawkeyes to the number 5 position. The top 3 spots remain Alabama, followed by Georgia and Oklahoma. In their defeats, Ohio State dropped to number 9 and Iowa State fell to number 14.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
That's interesting. Earlier this morning, I shared with you the report from the Energy Information Administration that they didn't think there should be any long-term issues as far as oil prices and whatnot. But here we are, oil prices climbing Monday to a 1-week high. Second straight session of gains, concerns over U.S. supplies following the damage from Ida. Brent crude up 48 cents to $73.40 per barrel. U.S. West Texas Intermediate also added 49 cents to $70.21 per barrel. About 3/4 of the U.S. Gulf's offshore production has remained halted since late August. Now, that's roughly equal to what Nigeria produces. To compound matters, more refineries in Louisiana have resumed operations, raising demand for crude oil. Royal Dutch Shell, the largest oil producer on the Gulf, Thursday canceled some export cargoes due to damage from offshore facilities from Ida, signaling energy losses could continue for weeks. However, the number of rigs in operation in the United States grew in the last week. Baker Hughes said, indicating production may rise in the coming weeks. Beyond the impact of Ida, market attention is going to focus this week on potential revisions to the demand outlook for next year from OPEC and the International Energy Agency. OPEC will likely revise their forecast lower today, according to several familiar with the matter. Money managers raising their net long U.S. crude futures and options positions last week. That's a speculator group that raised their combined futures and options position in New York and London by more than 1,000 contracts. Whatever that translates into. Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. A lot of bad news there to talk about today, but you mentioned the oil. The other thing that's happening this week is China is going to be releasing some oil from their reserves because their inflation rate, China's inflation rate, is not satisfactory to them. So that kind of mutes all the bullish things that are happening. But you were talking about these electric vehicle cars, and I think Philip there out of Florida, he must be quite the Elon Musk fan. And I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but Elon Musk, along with his electric cars, he's developing a home energy system to where you could live off the grid. I'm not exactly sure how it's supposed to work. And for heat wave, he is also developing a HVAC system different than what we have today. And I couldn't tell you anything about it other than on the electric vehicles, obviously they can't have a air conditioning and heating system in the car since they don't, run off the heat of the engine. And he's trying to transfer that technology to the home. And that just is kind of a side point there. I didn't hear all the heat waves problems with his air conditioning, but I did hear one time he said they put in a new outside unit and then put in a new air cabinet. But this new gas that they use, this Puron, it's kind of sensitive, and you have to do a whole bunch of measurements when you put it in. And lots of times on your air cabinet, you have different speeds on your fan. And sometimes if they don't match up the air speed on the air cabinet fan with the outside unit, you can have problems. But what I really called about was on these electric vehicles. Those batteries run so hot that they actually have to have coolant running through them. And the copper that they're using on those, if you have a high-grade copper, it's probably okay. But I know years ago, when I was even on the road, some of the people that were hauling some of this copper that was coming from China, it would just literally catch on fire sitting on the truck. So I don't know if that's playing a role in these car fires or not, but it would be interesting to know where the copper came from, because I don't think I've heard anything of the Tesla cars catching on fire, and they use the lithium-ion batteries, and they're notorious for catching on fire. But the short story is that they got so excited about making these cars, and I don't know, was it the Volt car that's catching on fire, or the Bolt? Because GM makes most of them. I think the Bolt's supposed to be some sort of a compact vehicle. I really haven't followed that much on it, other than there's a guy out of Ogden, Utah, that he has he does a lot of mechanic shows on YouTube, and I happened to catch him a while back, and he was showing how to replace the battery pack on these vehicles, and you have to have non-conductive tools and wear non-conductive gloves, and it's like, my God, that thing's going to be very expensive to work on. So when you were mentioning about the vehicles that were catching on fire, and don't park them in your garage.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have special charging and at different levels. So it just made me wonder, how much of a rush was GM to put this vehicle out there, supposedly to stop us from climate change, and that's a whole other subject in itself. But if anybody thinks that these electric vehicles use less fossil fuels than the regular vehicles we drive now, they need to do a little research, because they don't. But the big thing was, when I heard you talking about those cars, I don't know how many people realize that you actually have to have a whole coolant system, because those batteries run so hot anyway. And again, you have to use a special grade of coolant when you use that. So I just wanted to kind of call in and mention that these electric vehicles, they don't, they run hot. I mean, anybody that's messed with any electric motors or anything else, or any electronics, that's the big thing is, heat is the big destroyer of those. They always have ran hot as long as I've ever messed with them, because in the milling industry, you use a world of electric motors. That was, they have a thing in there called a heater. It's basically a fuse, and if it gets too hot, it just opens up and shuts everything down. And I don't think I can ever remember a day when I didn't have at least one or two messing up. Some we literally had to put a fan on to keep them cooled down so we could keep them running. So electric does generate a lot of heat, and when it does that, a little bit. Another thing is they actually generate ozone when they do that. So this mad dash to electric vehicles is, I don't know. I guess somebody thought it would be a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the other thing too, I wanted to mention real quick. My wife said that they went off and left a lot of the trained dogs over in Afghanistan, which it wouldn't surprise me if they did, the way they bugged out over there. But when I heard Philip mention about the canine, I couldn't help but think about all those dogs that they were loyal and they were well trained. And in the Muslim world, to be called a dog is probably about the worst thing that can happen. And they are very, very vicious whenever they capture one of these dogs. They've captured a few of them and abused them rather severely. So, I just, the whole thing, like I said, the whole thing is the way they bugged out over there. Supposedly, the Chinese are flying our planes out of Bagram Air Force Base to deconstruct, which kind of surprised me a little bit since they're making a lot of our software anyway for our planes. But I guess they can get some more knowledge out of it. And really, that's about all I had to say. Other than I imagine there are a lot of Democrats that are probably saying, "Oh my Lord, what's going to happen if there's a terrorist attack before the 2022 election?"
Yeah,
we will probably
they'll have hell to pay, right? Yeah, as far as the dogs, yes, that was kind of there was a lot of social media about the dogs, the military dogs being left behind. And supposedly, they gave an update and said that was not true. No, that they got all the dogs out, which of course you can't believe that because they didn't get all the people out. Yes, but supposedly they got as many as they could get out. Whatever you want to believe, right? Speaking of the way they treat dogs, hey, they treat women about the same way, right? Earlier this month, the award-winning filmmaker Sonia Cole, very distressed about what lies ahead for her native Afghanistan, particularly the women. She escaped to the United States following the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979. She's already made the Taliban the subject of 2 feature films that she wrote and directed. The Black Tulip back in 2010, and another film entitled I Am You in 2019. They're based on true stories. That latter film is an official Golden Globe selection. Screening on several platforms, including Amazon Prime and Apple TV Plus. They're part of a lifetime of activism on behalf of the Afghan people. Earlier in the month, she went to the region, this was in August, obviously, to help coordinate the evacuation of 37 people out of the country. Green card holders, interpreters, journalists, television hosts, actors and actresses. Now, Cole, when she was a teenager, said that the former Hollywood actor told her, "One person can change the world. Do you want to be that person?" And she's going back to the days of the Ronald Reagan days. But she talks about the Sharia law, talks about the fact that, the Taliban, how brutal they are. I guess there was an actress that they cut her feet off. Not surprising, but that's what they do. The Taliban is back in charge. Let's get a quick 2-minute timeout. We'll return here on a Monday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, most of us by now have probably noticed you're getting less bang for your buck when you go to the grocery store. And it ain't going to be getting any better. Kroger made the big announcement last week, a spokesperson for Kroger stores. Inflationary pressure is going to continue. Prices should be expected to rise another 2 to 3% in the second half of this year. According to Kroger's CFO, Gary Millerchip, on Friday, adding that Kroger will be, quote, passing along higher cost to the consumer where it makes sense to do so. The White House is blaming the major meat packers for the rising cost of beef, chicken, pork, they say, despite record profits amid the pandemic. According to the National Economic Council director, just 4 large conglomerates controlled the majority of the market for each of those 3 products. The data shows that these companies have been raising prices while generating record profits during the pandemic. We're talking JBS, Tyson Foods, Cargill Meat, and the National Beef Packing Company. These companies have seen record or near record profit in the first half of this year, and that's coincided with the period where we've seen disproportionate increases in prices. Despite the rise in labor and transportation costs, the bolstered unemployment benefits, the clean energy agenda, the Biden White House did not reference the 8.3% in the Producer Price Index, including 0.7% in August from the month of July alone, according to the Department of Labor report on Friday. Nestle's chief financial officer says if we talk of 2022, it is likely that input cost inflation will be higher next year than this year. Our strategy is to offset anything we receive through pricing. The idea is to pass it on to the trade and to the consumer whenever we receive it. That's the name of the game. It always gets passed on to the people that buy the products. So just be prepared. Less bang for the buck coming your way. 25 past the hour. Would this be John?
Yeah. How you doing, Steve?
Morning, John.
Good to talk to you. I haven't called in for a few years, certainly haven't called your new show, but I enjoy listening to you every morning. I finally decided to put your number in and give you a call.
Well, thank you so much.
I wanted to talk about Sure. I wanted to talk to you about the Newsom re-election recall.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear there's like 48 candidates running? Did you know that?
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredible field. The number, I think Elder's the one that's been actually kind of leading the pack as far as support.
Do you think there's any way he's going to win? They said Newsom is leading by a couple of points. But they're bringing out the heavy hitters, Kamala Harris and Biden. Is either one of them going to help him?
I was thinking the same thing. Would it be beneficial for you to have Joe Biden out there campaigning for you, or detrimental?
Oh, no, I don't think that's going to help him. So, and also, I saw yesterday that there's a hospital in New York. I don't remember. It was General Hospital. I'm not sure where in New York. They are closing their maternity ward September 28th because of they've had to get rid of 6 staffers because of the shots, the mandate.
Shared that story earlier this morning. Yeah, I think they had 7.
Oh, did they?
7 in just the maternity ward.
7
that left that ward, and then there's 7 more that haven't been vaccinated, and if they don't get the vaccine by that deadline or whatever, that's why I think they set that date. The 27th of September is the deadline for them to get the vaccine, and if those other 7 don't get it, I mean, they've lost half their maternity ward staff.
Well, and nobody wants to work anymore, so what are they going to do? Nobody wants to work, no matter what field you're in, whether you're a truck driver or, people have just gotten lazy.
Yep.
So I've been working. With this COVID, I haven't missed a day because of that. So, I don't know. I keep working. So, well, enjoy talking to you and listening to your show. I listen every night. I just haven't called, and so.
Have you
good to talk to you, Steve.
Have you tried the Hot Shot Secret products, John?
Yeah, I bought a Duramax a year and a half ago, and I used the EDP. I haven't tried anything else yet.
Well, you're a first-time caller, John, so I'm going to get you a code for $60, and you can try some of the other products.
All right, thank you.
We'll be sending that to you via text message later today or tomorrow. I know Chad's actually going to be, Josh and Chad are going to get up this morning. They're going to be heading down here to the secret bunker. Josh is going to try to work on some computer things, and Chad and I are going to talk about trying to expand the show. So it may be Tuesday before you'll get the code. We'll see.
All right. I appreciate it, Steve.
Well, thank you so much for checking in. Thank you for the call. There you go. Love those first-time callers. And we're up to news break time, bottom of the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
North Korea says it has test-fired long-range cruise missiles over the weekend. North Korean state media claim they've tested the weapons and successfully hit a target over 900 miles away. The reports made no mention of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un witnessing the test. South Korean officials also have yet to comment on or verify reports of the launch. And the chief White House medical advisor says that he would support a requirement for all air passengers to be vaccinated. In an interview with the Skim This podcast, Dr. Anthony Fauci said he supported the mandate after Virginia Democratic Representative Don Beyer introduced legislation last week to require all Amtrak and airline employees to get vaccinated or test negative for COVID at least once a week. The bill, known as the Safe Travel Act, also advocates for all travelers on commercial airlines and Amtrak lines to be vaccinated or test negative within 3 days of traveling. This is USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you so much, and welcome back here. So we've got Tropical Storm Nicholas in the western Gulf of Mexico, which they tell us will be a major rainfall flood threat for parts of the Texas and Louisiana coasts, in addition to strong wind gusts and storm surge. This is going to be bringing widespread showers and thunderstorms. Right now, much of the western Gulf of Mexico, you can see a lot of rain making its way maybe later this afternoon or evening for potential landfall. Let me skip down to the latest numbers. Tropical storm warnings are in place along the coast of Texas, from the mouth of the Rio Grande River to High Island, as well as some inland counties near the coast and the southeast Houston metro area. That means tropical storm force winds are expected in those areas beginning as soon as Monday morning to the south, Monday night further to the north. We also have a hurricane watch for part of the middle Texas coastal areas, from Port Aransas to Freeport. Could see hurricane conditions by Monday night. Now, right now, I'm looking at the models here, and the anticipation is maybe growing to 65 mile per hour winds by Monday evening. So that would be a strong tropical storm, but not reaching hurricane status of greater than 74 miles per hour. Now, a track on the right side of the forecast path could allow it to stay over water longer, thus becoming a Category 1 hurricane. That's why that hurricane watch is in effect for part of the middle Texas coast. It's important to note, impacts, especially flooding rain, will occur both well before and after any official landfall happens. So the flooding rainfall, that's going to be the biggest concerns. Bands of locally heavy rain are already beginning to wrap ashore in the Texas and Louisiana coasts. As that surge of deep moisture arrives, that wet pattern may last several days, at least the first half of this week. Heavier rain will become more concentrated near and just to the east of where the center tracks. Therefore, we expect a major threat of flash flooding near the Gulf Coast from Texas to southwestern Louisiana. Nicholas could produce the following rainfall totals along its path through midweek, according to the Storm Prediction Center. 8 to 16 inches, locally up to 20 inches across parts of the middle and upper Texas coast, 5 to 10 inches across the rest of coastal Texas into southwestern Louisiana. The potential for flooding could be worsened in some areas if the storm were to slow its northward progress for a time, and some of the models are indicating it may do that. So areas from, looks like north of Corpus Christi, on up into the Houston area are in line for potentially some of the heaviest rains from this system. All right, and even over to Lake Charles, Louisiana. Wind, storm surge will also be concerns, so. As often is the case with landfalling storms, a few tornadoes will be possible as those rain bands, generally to the north and northeast of the center, later Monday into early Tuesday, along and near the middle and upper Texas coastal areas. Now, looking at some of the storm surge, I guess the largest surge they're anticipating right there in the middle Texas coast, 3 to 5 feet potentially. If the peak surge occurs at high tide, it would be in that category, 3 to 5 feet. All right, let's get back to our calls here. And there's, Big Moose. Hey there.
Morning. How's Mr. Steve Sommers this morning?
Oh, it's a Monday. What a glorious day.
Oh, I'm telling you, it's been a real winter for me so far.
I know, yeah.
Guys, I see you done read the email and everything. I talked to Mary just about 11 o'clock here last night. And, heck, I was shocked her, but, you know, being old Possum had that talk a long time ago. You know, he had a pretty good run at it. And I think he's ready to check out any time that the good Lord called for him. So I guess he just punched his ticket. But it's gonna be rough. I tell you what, you get used to getting them phone calls, you know, every day. And
yeah.
That's when all that stops abruptly. It's definitely a big change, you know. But you know, this guy that I'm working for, the guy that runs this outfit, he's a double tough, pitiless man that just don't have no soft spot for you know, any kind of slacking off. So I had to get in this truck and run down here to Indiana this morning. I gotta hurry up and get back because I've got another funeral. Got to go take my brother out to the cemetery about noontime today, so I'm going to get back and do that. At some point, I hope I can get a nap in. Ain't been sleeping real good lately.
I wonder why.
But did you see that Taliban video that they had translated when they was going through the helicopters, the guns and all the armament and everything, and the one was kind of disappointed because they said, quote unquote, these aren't the weapons that we were expecting. Now, how in the world would they have been expecting anything if all this would just fly by the seat of your pants? Let's just grab our grip and go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that just, you know, that statement just kind of struck me funny. These weren't the weapons we were expecting. So, makes you think a little bit. Of course, as far as corn pop and Kamala Walla goes, you know, I'd rather make love to a 110-pound conibear trap than talk about either one of them fools. But, you know, there's a puppet master somewhere, and I got a feeling we're gonna either find out for sure who the puppet master is, or we're gonna see him rear his ugly face here pretty quick because you know, old Joe ain't gonna be able to keep it together much longer. I don't know how much Adderall they're pumping into him, but he gets more incoherent every time they turn a camera on him. Have you noticed that lately?
Absolutely, yes, yep.
Just a big babbling fool, you know, and then the whole world knows it. And, you know, we've become the laughing stock of the world. And they've essentially started World War III. You know, this is, you know, they don't make no money in policing what you've already got control of. So they just turn it back loose. And then when it hits the fan, then they fire up the war machine. You know, that's where the money comes from, now the war machine. So I got a feeling we're going to be seeing that here pretty quick. You know, we're 1-1, you know. If we got, you know, last century, you know, they we've wasted a lot of money on these wars, and we've either come back with our tail between our legs or come back as a laughing stock, So it's these politics, man. I tell you, I don't even care to talk about them no more. But I just feel sorry for this latest generation here, because they're going to have to deal with the worst of it. Luckily, I'm probably going to live to see some of it, but I ain't going to live to see the worst of it. But these kids today, my kids and grandkids, they're going to see the worst of it,
Mm-hmm.
And it sucks. It sucks for everybody concerned. But anyway, that's all my baloney. I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. Thank you for taking my call, and keep it between the spotted and the solid. We'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
All right. I know it's going to be another tough day, so good luck to you. Best to you, and get some rest, and maybe we'll talk tomorrow night. Yeah, I got to get some rest in there at some point in time. It is 844-3388. And get back to your calls in a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hear the power and feel the noise. NTA Championship Bowling's All-Star Invitational is back for one final meltdown. The 34th annual Enderley Pull-Off roars into Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Saturday, September 18th at 5 p.m. One huge session of bowling on 2 tracks. Tractors, trucks, minis, and semis will all be there, with over 100 qualifiers in 21 divisions. These pullers are the best of the best from both NTPA's regional and Grand National circuits, vying for their share of over $105,000. Open pit area to see these incredible machines up close and meet the drivers from across the USA. AllStarPoll.com has the details. Purchase discount tickets for $20, saving $5 off day of show admission. Ticket outlets include O'Reilly Auto Parts Store, Farmers Equipment in Urbana, Farmer's Daughter Restaurant in Urbana, and Dave Kale Chevrolet in Mechanicsburg. Children under 10 are free. The Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday, September 18th at the Champaign County Fairgrounds, Urbana. NTPA season finale. Go to allstarpoll.com for more.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I guess this is the story I'm assuming the Eagle was talking about earlier. Because there is little doubt Joe Biden had been planning the September 11 anniversary speech for some time. They say the main cause of the whole Afghanistan withdrawal disaster deadline, the artificial deadline of August 31st, was so that when the 20th anniversary came around, he could boast all about how he did what no other post-September 11 president before him could do. He could say he ended the war in Afghanistan. Obviously, things didn't work out quite as he hoped. With, again, the intelligence officials' predictions and warnings that this could happen, as in the takeover by the Taliban, despite his assurances to the American people that it wouldn't. And now, as his approval ratings plummet, they announced last Thursday that he would not address the nation on the 20th anniversary of September 11. Jen Psaki confirms Joe Biden will not deliver a live speech on the 20th anniversary. Let's see. The quote from Psaki was, "You will hear from Biden in the form of a video in advance." Or if that will be available that day, I should say. He did indeed attend the 3 memorial sites. This report from Western Journal says, ignoring the family members of September 11 victims who had asked him not to show his face. In the pre-recorded video, the opportunity to brag about our success in Afghanistan. All right, so there you go. He did attend. He was there in person at each of the locations, but again, he didn't speak at any of the locations. He left to speaking to others. What do you say, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers, and thanks for taking my call again there. That caller earlier about the hospital story, he didn't listen to what I said at the end there. That's all of my baloney or whopper-jawed comment there. And if you don't know what whopper-jawed is, that's crooked. So we'll start off with that. You thanks Doofus Magoo. You got to eat. Kroger, Walmart, or any other grocery store chain, they've got you by the gonads, Steve. They can charge you whatever they want. You still got to go down there and buy it there. Evander Holyfield, he hasn't learned much. He's 58-year-old. I'm 63, and I know better than to go out on Saturday night and get drunk and after breaking my baseball bat, punch a metal box. Every time a cold front comes through, my knuckles remind me of it there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we don't mess with that. Well, let's get the rest of this old mess out of the way here. I'm going to tell you a couple quick jokes, and then we'll get on down the road there with it there. Let's see. I got one more thing. Washington Reds fans, they found out real quick they didn't have COVID, didn't they? If you go to the bathroom and you can't smell it, something's wrong, people. You need to go get a COVID test then. But, they found out real quick. They knew. And I think that's what they need to just call themselves, the Washington Reds. You'll have the Cincinnati Reds baseball team, the Washington Reds football team there. I ran into Bubba the other day. He said his advice to people would be to stop giving your children Bible names without teaching them Bible lessons. He said this morning Moses tried to rob him there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. Bubba asked, said if Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Dr. Fauci were all on Air Force One going across the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and the plane went down suddenly, who would be saved, Steve?
Who would it be?
The good old U.S. of A.
Okay.
And I had to agree with him on that. Bubba said he ran into an old friend the other day. He started showing off, bragging about his well-paid job and expensive sports cars. Then he pulled out a photo of his wife and said, "She's beautiful, isn't she?" Bubba said, "If you think she's beautiful, you should see my girlfriend." He said, "Why? Is she a real stunner?" Bubba said, "No, she's an optician." All right, y'all buy some hot. Yeah. All right, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products there, the protective fuel and oil additive from your diesel and gasoline expert. Put overnight drive code in the box at checkout. Get you 10 to 20% discount for being a veteran, a first responder, or any of that good stuff, or even a truck driver. You can be a CDL holder.
That's right.
You can thank Mr. Krista Beltrick. Yep, you can thank Mr. Krista Beltrick for the free shipping in the good old USA. 100% money back guarantee if you get the poochie lip over one of their products. Buy Steve Sommers overnight drive products, baseball cap, travel mugs, T-shirts, especially you women. And Steve, who do I need to be talking to up there at Hot Shot Secret for over that wet T-shirt contest?
I'll have to do some checking. I'll ask Chad about that today. I'll be seeing him, as a matter of fact.
Oh, that sounds good. You think I just need to ask Mama Sommers and Mama Knucklebuster?
I think that would answer the question pretty quick. Yep. Yeah, Chevy guy.
Yeah, I sort of wonder how many of the, when you go into Walmart and self-checkouts, how many, because I've sat there or stood there and watched buggy after buggy going out. People had carts early Sunday morning, not this one last one. Cart after cart going through them detectors going off, So apparently there was stuff getting in there that wasn't being checked. Their carts was big, and then poor girls that were helping these people. I mean, they're taking the stuff off the cart, checking it, bagging it, putting it back in the cart while the cart still had products in it. But I stood there, and it worked. I stood there, parked mine right there on roller number 1, just waiting. And they kept dodging over, looking at me, and I kept moving away a little bit. I do $150 to $300 worth of groceries there every weekend. My wife's diabetic, so I have to buy expensive stuff,
Mm-hmm.
And I just stood there. I stood there for almost 30 minutes before and by the time she turned that light on, there was a crowd in behind me. So it's just these people that keep doing this and buckling under this pressure. I'll tell you what, I'm not getting vaccinated. I've got dormant prostate cancer. Is that shot going to stir it up and then, give me trouble? Can anybody tell me? Nobody can tell you anything because nobody knows anything. I love it. They get on TV, so-called doctors, all because of the unvaccinated people, where this is going on. And I said, it's this weekend alone, I found out my grandson, his grandmother on the mama side and his aunt on mama's side, all of them are vaccinated, and all of them are suffering from the COVID. The shot you're supposed to get the shot wouldn't have that problem. So anybody tell you they know what's going on with this, they're lying to their teeth, or they're just plain been fooled. And at the same time, throughout all this, and we already know, Anthony Fauci is still out there. How come he is not in jail? He's already been tied to it.
Yep.
And nobody, and we all need to start screaming in every media and any form we can do.
Can you believe they're still going to him every day? And you see his clips on the on the news. You see him, you hear him. What he has to say every single day. Does anybody pay attention to him anyway? I think that the confidence and faith in anything Anthony Fauci said went out the window a long, long time ago. But hey, thanks for all helping me make it through the night here on a Monday morning. Have a great day. We'll do it all over again. Come back at the midnight hour tonight. Another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.